Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Adumebujuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Adumebujuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Adumebujuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Get the freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
And there it is. And there it is right there. So you heard it right there. Holy, holy Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. Know that, it's certainly not my savior, not by any metric of measure. Is Nnamdi Kanu my savior? But an afternoon to be a lot of background noise in the course of this stream, because it's somewhat fairly noisy where I am. So if the background noise gets too much, then I'm just going to abandon the stream. But we've not yet Rufai appearance on Arise TV. We've addressed snippets of oh no, not yet. Hold on, let me pause this thing. All right, we've addressed. No, that's not what I wanted up. Hold on 1 second. What's going on here? So we've addressed snippets, fully addressed it. So in this now particular session, we're going to be reacting to El Rufai's appearance on Arise TV with Charles Anyagolu. Hopefully I got the name right. I always get that guy's name wrong, Charles Anyagolu or so, whatever his name is. We're going to be reacting to that exact session right now. Let me just, yes, let me make sure it's immediate to hand. So we're going to be reacting to that exact session right now. And we'll be seeing what we are. Hold on, let me bring it up. Just 1 second. We'll be seeing what we're making of it. But before we get into anything, click on the like button if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. The hyperlink is there if you want to come and join me on the screen. So this session is pretty much in the lap of the gods. because I'm not quite sure what direction it will follow. Because, like I said, anticipate a lot of heavy background noise, and if the background noise gets intolerable on the session, that might well be the case. But let me bring this up.
Tonight, a special exclusive conversation with the former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, at a moment of what appears to be mounting political and legal tension for him. His party, the main opposition ADC, has raised alarm over what it describes strongly worded statement. The opposition ADC alleges a troubling double standard in the anti-corruption fight, claiming that politically exposed people who align with the APC are welcomed, while critics face intensified scrutiny from state institutions. These are weighty accusations. The ADC maintains that no one is above the law, but insists that the law must never be weaponized. So tonight, in this prime time special, we go beyond statements and counter statements. Was this a legitimate enforcement action rooted in due process, or does it mark a deeper shift towards political selectivity in Nigeria's justice system? I'll be joined exclusively by the former governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, as he responds directly to the events around him that have triggered a national debate. And later, in the time-honored interest of journalistic fairness and balance,
let me know in the comment section if you can hear the clip, by the way. So let me know in the comment section if you can hear it, or otherwise there's no point. So let me know in the comment section if you can hear it.
Now, it was meant to be a routine return from Cairo. Instead, it became...
All right, in the comment section, can you hear the Arise clip? Can you hear the Arise clip? If you can hear it, let me know. If you cannot hear it, let me know. And if you don't let me know either way, then I assume that you cannot hear it. So I need your participation to let me know if you're hearing the Arise clip. So if you're not telling me, then we might as well just leave the session. So I'll wait for 10 seconds to let me know. Can you hear the right clip, yes or no? Can you hear the right clip, yes or no? Let me know in the comment section. All right, I'll wait a little bit. There's no point in me carrying on if you cannot hear the right clip. So let me know in the... Can you hear the right clip? Yeah, just say yes now. So why is it just so difficult to type a one word letter? Just say yes, that's all. All right, we carry on.
Became a political flashpoint. On Thursday, at Abuja's International Airport, security operatives moved to arrest former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, seizing his passport in what his legal team describes as an unlawful attempt at detention, allegedly without a warrant and without formal documentation, and despite prior communication with the EFCC. His lawyers insist he'd already notified the EFCC of his return and had undertaken to appear voluntarily on February the 16th. Any attempt to arrest him under those circumstances, they argue, would amount to a breach of his constitutional rights. The incident has brought the line between law enforcement and political intimidation under sharp national scrutiny, with Mr. El-Rufai's party, the opposition ADC, insisting that it reflects a dangerous pattern of selective pressure on opposition voices under the administration of President Tinubu and his ruling APC.
All right, so everything that Charles is saying there now, it only applies if they actually attempted to arrest El-Rufai but they did not attempt to arrest El Rufai. If they had attempted to arrest El Rufai, they would have effected that arrest no matter what. Nobody could have stopped the authorities from arresting him. So they did not attempt to arrest El Rufai at the airport. They attempted to and succeeded in seizing his passport. So that was the whole objective of the exercise, and that objective was achieved. So all of those things that that Charles is saying there is just to be, Charles, of course, is an obedient diehard. He's one of the leading voices of the obedient space. So he's putting an obedient inflection on it. But there was no attempt to arrest El Rufai. So all of those pontificating and moralizing and eulogizing and alarming that he's doing, they don't apply because no attempt was made to arrest El Rufai. They attempted to and succeeded in seizing his passport.
The ADC accuses the administration of double standards, claiming that politically exposed people who align with the APC are embraced, while critics face heightened scrutiny from anti-corruption and security agencies.
On that, I agree. In terms of the rogue list, some of the most criminal elements within the Nigerian political space are all in the APC. Nobody moves against them. But any opposition person, there's no quibble about them arresting El Rufai, by the way. I'm not quibbling that. There is no quibble about them arresting Abubakar Malami or keeping Emefiele in jail and everyone else in between. There is no quibble about that. But there are elements. Adams Oshiomhole is a criminal, so why is he not in prison? Yemsin Wike, he stole everything he could steal in River State now. Why is he not being proved? All of these characters, they are showering them with laurels and putting, pendants and medals all over their necks because they're APC. But the opposition space, as soon as they draw breath, they arrest them. So whilst I don't object to El Rufai being arrested, he should have been arrested a long time ago. But what about the criminals in the APC too? So that's where the political targeting comes in.
ADC insists that no one is above the law, including Nasir El Rufai, but warns that the law must never be weaponized against political opponents. So tonight we ask, was this an enforcement action grounded in due process, or does it signal a troubling turn towards political intimidation and normalization of selective justice? And for a former governor who once stood at the very heart of power, what does it mean to now allege persecution from the state? And I'm suitably delighted to say that the former governor of Kaduna State and former minister of the Federal Capital Territory of Abuja, Nasir El Rufai, joins me now exclusively.
All right. I don't normally do this, but let me just address this. Normally, I just let the comment section carry on with their thing, and I do my thing in the studio. But let me just address this. This is from Unwairi, something or the other, Osita. So he's saying a journalist has been branded obedient because he's not praising Tinubu, a very biased perspective or channel. So no, you are wrong. Charles Anyagolu is unmistakably, even by his own self-admission, and obedient. There is no equivocation about that. The Arise television platform, the Arise media platform, is an obedient leaning platform. And within that obedient lean, there are dyed-in-the-wood hardcore obedience within that space. Rufai Hussaini is one of them. Charles Anyagolu is definitely one of them. So it's not even something up for it's not even a controversial thing to say. Charles Anyagolu is an obedient. Everybody knows that.
In the studio. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you, Charles, for inviting me.
And I know we're in February, but I ought to wish you a happy new year because we haven't seen this year.
Indeed, we haven't.
Walk us through exactly what happened from the moment you landed in Abuja. Who approached you? What did they say? And at what point did you believe that due process had broken down?
Well, I came out of the plane, and a young man that is well dressed with a nice suit.
So, in the course of El Rufai's submission on this Arise TV something, I want you to be keeping scores on anything that he says that you consider to be an arrestable offense. So we want to do a number count on just on his interaction with Arise TV now, his commentaries there that you find egregious and arrestable. So if he says anything in the course of this streaming that you think is grounds enough for his arrest, so write arrestable in the comment section. So I want to do a number count, and I'll be doing a number count as well. I want to do a number count of all of the justifiable reasons that he should have been arrested off the back of this interview he granted Arise TV.
Came to me and said, I am from the DSS, Department of State Security, and would like to meet with you in our office. I said, that's fine. Where is the letter of invitation? He said, my bosses have it. I will escort you to them. I said, I'm going through immigration. I have to do that. Just get me the letter. So he said, okay. But I noticed that as I started going, more and more people came out. Apparently, I didn't know because I slept through most of the flight, and even when we landed, I didn't call any of my guys to learn what was going on. But apparently, they had moved about 50 DSS operatives to the airport with the specific instructions that I should be detained, I should be abducted.
All right. So that's the first lie right there. And I'm not even asking you, pack your partisanship and apply your logical brain. Why would it require a complement of 50 DSS officers to arrest El Rufai at the airport? Why would they require that? What would be the anticipation that they would deploy 50 DSS officers to go and arrest this guy? So that already is a lie. 5, maybe 10 at the maximum, but certainly not 50. There is no reason, there are no grounds to deploy that many complement of personnel to go and arrest this guy in a secure and an enclosed public space like the airport. So that's the first lie by El Rufai right there. But then, of course, wait in anticipation for more lies, because his own boss, even Obasanjo, he already told us that El Rufai is a pathological and a career liar. So virtually everything he says almost certain to be a lie.
And detained. I will come to other details. But so we started working, but I saw more people coming out. You know, I'm a politician. I'm used to crowds. I'm used to people surrounding me. And then as we move forward for the e-visa, and the 2 officers came forward, one big fat one and another about my height, and said, we are from the DSS, sir, we are going this way. We need to go to your office. I said, I'm not going to your office. I'm not going anywhere until you show me a letter of invitation. Your guy said you have a letter. He said, no, sir. I said, if you don't have a letter, I'm not going. You know my house. I live very close to the DSS headquarters. I can even walk down there if you bring a letter of invitation. So I tried to turn right, and they tried to force me to go left. I said, look, don't touch me. I'm going with my passport to have it stamped. And I'm not going where you want. He said, you have to go to where I want. I said, even the president cannot tell me I have to do anything. It's a free country, it's a democratic country, and I don't have to do anything that I do not wish to do. So you are just a middle level.
So now, yes, wherever it is that you are in the world, it will be your lived experience that there are certain people that can tell you to do what you don't want to do. If the police approach you and they insist that you park your car, then you are parking that car, whether you want to or not. If they tell you to follow them to the station, then you are following them to the station, whether you like it or not. So this idea that it's a free country, nobody can tell you what to do. If the law demands your attention, that attention you give, either willingly or unwillingly. So there are no absolute freedoms, as you all know. So what this guy is saying again, a total fabrication of his own fallacious mind.
A senior civil servant. The president cannot tell me what to do. Don't say I have to. It's inappropriate language. And I turned right. By then, of course, some of the passengers had come and began to form a crowd. So I turned right and I moved on, presented my passport, it got stamped. And remember, before you stamp the passport, a DSS operative has to look at it and then hand over to the immigration officer. This was I done. If there was any issue that is really official, the DSS operative would have told me we've been asked to hold your passport. So they gave me my passport and I walked out. But these guys were still following me, saying I have to go with them. I said, you are wasting your time. I'm not going. I'm a citizen of this country and I've been in government long enough to know the process, the procedure for any investigation. You are free to invite me, and I have been in government long enough to respect institutions. So just give me a letter of invitation. If you don't have a letter of invitation, forget it. I'm not going. But he felt that he could take me by force with the 50 armed DSS operatives he had. But by then, the crowd had become bigger. Passengers from the plane that came with me, as well as the people that came to receive me, now surrounded and said, that's not going to happen. They came up with a second scam. Where is your passport? I said, it's just. The crowd had become bigger. Passengers from the plane that came with me, as well as the people that came to receive me, now surrounded and said, that's not going to happen. They came up with a...
All right, so I wanted to pause it there. So I want you to, we all know our demographic, we can all identify ourselves demographically just by visuals. So visually, you can tell who a Yoruba person is, just looking at them, their physiological makeup, their manner of dressing, their general demeanor. You can tell even from a distance who a Yoruba man is. Ditto, an Igbo man, ditto, a Northerner, etc., etc. So if you look at the crowd congregating around El Rufai, trying to prevent the authorities from carrying out their duties, if you look at that crowd, they are exclusively a northern crowd. So he's now telling us that it's just passengers from an aircraft that he was disembarking on that were running to his aid. So if they were passengers from that aircraft, they were running to his aid, then they would reflect more a cross-section of Nigerians, because it's not just the Abokis that travel to Egypt, but this is almost like an exclusively northern crowd that are rallying against the authorities from effecting the arrest of El Rufai. So what does that tell us? This tells us then that these are El Rufai's people and they are a rented mob. This is a rented mob. This is not casual bystanders, everyday people running to his aid. No, this is a rented mob.
Second scam. Where is your passport? I said, it's just been stamped. You saw it stamped. Yes, and then one of the immigration officers that is their surrogate said, no, we want to check something on the passport. I said, sorry, once the passport is stamped, it's my private property. And I held on to it. But one of my aides quickly took it away from me, maybe thinking that he would protect it better. That's the aide that got beaten up and they seized the passport from him.
They beat him up.
They beat him up. If I had the passport with me, I would I would not be talking this. So this is essentially what happened. They are overpowered. They came with 50 people, but I think maybe 45 out of the 50 decided that this is not appropriate or this is not possible.
Right.
And I was actually quite touched, Charles, by the way people spontaneously, without any knowledge or any plan, decided that this must be resisted. And I think it portends a danger that the security agencies need to have a rethink. Because once people begin to lose confidence in the neutrality of such institutions, we are on our way to anarchy.
Right. So let's just be very clear.
All right. So how does a security agency trying to effect the arrest of a suspect, what does that have to do with neutrality or lack thereof? So, because that's a very curious use of language, that if people start to lose confidence in the neutrality of the security agencies, and security agencies, there's no security agency in the world that is neutral. If the president of the United States tells an officer to go and effect an arrest, he being the commander in chief, I don't think that officer will be saying no. He may say he disagrees, and he may write in his notes, but he's carrying out that order. So I'm not quite sure. So what does he exactly mean that it portends danger to the confidence of the people in the security agencies, that that they're effecting an arrest of a source? It doesn't even make sense. I can't even condense it into a coherent thought.
And thank you for explaining very lucidly what happened.
Yeah, but I want to add something.
Yes.
Because my lawyers issued a statement after that, mentioning EFCC. I want to say very clearly, it wasn't the EFCC, okay? It was the DSS.
Right.
But the DSS were procured to abduct me by the ICPC. That has never communicated with me ever, okay? The EFCC had written to me while I was away to say that I would like to have a chat with you over certain issues. And I replied, my lawyers replied that, well, I'm not in the country, I'm on my annual vacation. And once I know the date of return, I will let you know. And we have written to EFCC to say that, I will celebrate my birthday with you. My birthday is 16th February on Monday. I will celebrate my birthday. I will come and see you at 10 a.m. on the 16th. So it wasn't the EFCC. But my lawyer thought it was the EFCC, but it was not. Subsequently, we found out that it was the ICPC that procured the DSS to abduct me and then hand over to them. And this is a modus operandi of the ICPC that increasingly has become a personal tool of Nuhu Ribadu. Nuhu made the call and made the order that I must be in custody yesterday.
How do you know he made the call?
He made the call because we listened to their calls. The government thinks that they're the only ones that listen to calls, but we also have our ways. He made the call, he gave the order. And
so you tapped his phone calls, did you?
Someone tapped his phone and told me.
Because that technically is illegal.
I know, but the government does it all the time. They listen to our calls all the time without a court order. But someone tapped his phone and told us that he gave the order. So, but the EFCC, I think, has shown itself to be more professional in this particular instance. And on Monday, by the grace of God, I'll go and see them. Yesterday, around 5 p.m., the ICPC finally did the right thing, not the DSS that tried to abduct me, by bringing a letter to my house to say, we want to see you on Friday the 13th. My lawyer wrote back to say, guys, my client is not an idle person that has no program. He's just waiting for a letter from anyone. We've received your...
You see, that statement also highlights somewhat the arrogance of privilege within the Nigerian space. So a security and anti-graft agency, they extend you the courtesy of writing you a letter to come and attend because they are investigating you for corruption, and you are telling them that, no, I'm not an idle person. I have things to do. Whenever I'm ready, I'll come. I'll let you know. Where in the world does that happen? Our client is not an idle person. He has a program. When he has the time, he will come and attend to these criminal charges that's been leveled against him. How is that even possibly a thing to say? This is just the arrogance of just a system that is not fit for purpose. They should never have written him in the first instance. He should hear a hard, sharp knock on his door, and as soon as he opens that door, they put him in handcuffs and take him down to the downtown or wherever. You know, imagine the arrogance of it. The authorities say they want your attention regarding a criminal matter, and you are saying, no, when I'm ready, I'll come and see you. And it's aggrieving that he's been badly treated. Imagine that.
Your letter, we will, now that you've written an invitation, you've had the courage to write an invitation, we will honor the invitation. But on Monday, we are going to.
So, sorry, what? And by the way, can people please like and subscribe? I'm not seeing numbers going up. Please like and subscribe if you haven't done that already. Like and subscribe. Sorry, why does it require courage to write to El Rufai to come and answer allegations of stealing 422 billion naira from Kaduna State? Why is courage required for them to invite him to come and answer to that? Imagine the arrogance. You know, these people need humbling, you know, and I hope this guy gets fully humbled.
EFCC that has written before. So we'll go there. After the EFCC, we'll go to ICPC on Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't know what the lawyer has written, but you know this. So this is the current state of things, as far as we know.
Okay. Well, let me just make clear that the Office of the National Security Advisor has a right of reply, because that is how we operate journalistic fairness.
Absolutely.
So, because you've made an allegation against him saying that he essentially gave the order to come and pick you up.
Yes.
They have a right of reply if they so choose.
Yes.
But
and yesterday they met the National Security Advisor, the Governor of Kaduna State, and the Chairman of ICPC met, and they have decided that I must be abducted today.
So, can somebody please explain this to me in the comment section? Why is there a need to abduct El Rufai when the law permits them to arrest him? Answer that for me, please, in the comment section. Because he keeps saying abduct, abduct, abduct. So why is there a need for a law enforcement agency investigating El Rufai for some of the most egregious crimes possible? Security agent, not agency, but agencies. Security agencies with an IES investigating El Rufai for some of the most egregious crimes possible, because it's been investigated for the disappearance of a guy called Daddy Yatta, who a lot of people felt he had kidnapped and subsequently killed. So it's been investigated for that. It's been investigated for stealing 422 billion naira from Kaduna State. It's been investigated for that. So with all of that, why would the security agency feel the need to abduct him rather than just arrest him? Is there not sufficient enough grounds to arrest him rather than to abduct him? And what does he even mean by abducting him? It's just the ludicrousness of the ridiculousness.
Arrested but abducted.
Yeah, abducted because, you know, arrest, you know, people use arrest. They don't know the arrest
apply if they so choose.
Yes.
But
and yesterday they met the National Security Advisor, the Governor of Kaduna State, and the Chairman of ICPC met, and they have decided that I must be abducted today.
Not arrested, but abducted.
Yeah, abducted because, you know, arrest, you know, people use arrest. They don't know that arrest has a legal meaning. Arrest means a lawful activity, okay, with a warrant. The police have, under the Police Act, they have a clear, you know, they can arrest you without a warrant. But every other agency must go to a judge and show cause, okay? So when you try to take a person without a valid order, it's not an arrest, it's an abduction.
But critics might argue, and we could quibble over the law and the legality of it, but they might argue that once an investigative agency issues an invitation, timing is at its discretion, not yours. yours. Why should the EFCC or the ICPC or whatever wait for your chosen date rather than...
And that is the first time ever. I'm going to scroll it back so you listen to it again. This is the first time ever that I've heard this Charles Anyagolu ask a sensible question. First time ever. Please, people, like and subscribe. The numbers are not growing up. Every single person interacting with the stream right now should be subscribed. So if you're not subscribed, please do. I'm going to scroll it back so you hear him again. First time in the history of my being aware of this presenter. This is the first time ever that I'm hearing him ask a sensible question.
But critics might argue, and we could quibble over the law and the legality of it, but they might argue that once an investigative agency issues an invitation, timing is at its discretion, not yours. Why should the EFCC or the ICPC or whatever wait for your chosen date rather than compel attendance immediately?
If they want to compel attendance, they need a court order to convince a judge why time is of the essence. There is no law in Nigeria that says once you're invited on a particular date, you must go that instance. You have your life, you have your plans, and some things cannot be postponed. You may have business transactions that you lose millions of dollars. They are not going to compensate you if you miss those meetings. So the law does not give them blank check to call you at their convenience. If it's not convenient, your lawyer would write and negotiate and say, look, he will come at this time.
Right. Other critics might say that powerful politicians like you often frame investigations as persecution. Why should Nigerians see this as a constitutional issue and not simply due process catching up with you?
Look, Charles, I've been in public service from 1999 to 2007. I left, went into opposition for 8 years, and have been in government for another 8 years, okay? So I have 16 years record of public service. And I have challenged every Nigerian that has worked with me or knows me to come forward to you and expose me if I've ever taken a bribe or demanded a bribe or done anything unlawful in the course of my duties. Right. I have said that on night.
But the thing is, it stands accused of, can people please like and subscribe? The numbers are not going up. We have sufficient enough people interacting with us now. So if you're not already subscribed, please subscribe. But that is exactly what is happening now. Allegations has been leveled against you. So he's saying, oh, I invite anybody that wants to allege that I've ever stolen money to come forward. They are alleging that you stole money. That is exactly why you are being investigated. So what's the difficulty in that? It's a self-contradicting statement that you are challenging people to come forward to, if they have any evidence of you stealing money. You are being investigated right now as we speak for stealing for however many, is it 422 billion naira from Kaduna State? So what is even the meaning of that? It's just words for the sake of words, meaningless utterance. You challenge people to come and come forward for something that is already happening to you. It's beyond ludicrous.
Meant for another 8 years, okay? So I have 16 years record of public service. And I have challenged every Nigerian that has worked with me or knows me to come forward to you and expose me if I've ever taken a bribe or demanded a bribe or done anything unlawful in the course of my duties. Right. I have said that on national television. There are 250 million Nigerians to come forward and prove me wrong. Well, okay, so yeah. I'm coming. Sure. And in this latest round of persecution, I'd been persecuted before by the Eradua Jonathan administration. That's all documented in my book, The Accidental Public Servant, where they investigated me ad infinitum and found nothing. In the end, I was charged to court for one.
So now it's talking about the Yadwa Jonathan administration. Just we were saying earlier on that this guy is a pathological liar. I'm not quite sure how old some of you are or how steeped you are in Nigerian politics. During the Goodluck Jonathan era, this was this same guy that told us that Jonathan was assembling a killer squad, a team of imported killers with a list of people to kill, and he was number 6 on that list. I'm not quite sure if some of you are old enough or marinated in Nigerian politics enough to remember that. This was this same guy. This was this same guy, this El Rufai right here, that in his memoirs, he wrote there that in his presence, Obasanjo was prostrating to Atiku Abubakar to beg for a 3rd term. This same guy on your screen, El Rufai. It's this same guy, El Rufai, in Obasanjo's own memoirs, My Watch. This same guy, it was the mayor, the minister for the FCT under Obasanjo. This same guy, Obasanjo, his boss then, told us that he's a pathological and a career liar. This same guy.
Alleged offense that in my tenure as Minister of FCT, in which I approved the allocation of land to 27,000 people and companies, one of the 27,000 plots was allocated to my wife. That's abuse of office. They lost. The judge abused the EFCC and warned them not to do things like that. So I have been through this. Now, this round of persecution was designed by the federal government, and they have used my successor, Ubasani, to be the enabler. They have investigated me since June 2023 in Kaduna and have come up with nothing. They have arrested my former chief of staff, my commissioner of finance, my commissioner of local government, virtually all our senior officials, my senior advisor, Councillor Jimmy Lawal. They have been interrogated. They have tried to pin things on them. They have charged them to court. Most of the charges are frivolous, and I'm quite confident they will lose. They will all be discharged and acquitted. They have not found anything. Well, in fact, Charles, they have got so desperate now, they have stopped going after those that have worked with me in Kaduna. They now randomly go after businessmen, private sector people that are suspected to be my friends. One of them has been in ICPC detention for 73 days today, even though he has got an order from a court for him to be granted bail. They said they are not going to grant bail. Why? They are under orders. So this young man, Ahmad Sule of TMDK, has been in ICPC detention for 73 days without bail. They have procured a judge in Kaduna, by whom I have submitted a petition to the NJC for his misconduct. They have used that judge and not accelerate, but to keep him until after the elections because they suspect that he is the one that is funding the activities of the ADC. They have looked at his accounts for the past 3-4 years. They have found nothing. They have found absolutely nothing, but he's still in detention.
Right.
The person that took the story to them is a gentleman called Rahmania. I'm sure you've heard of the name. He went and said that this man's business is mine, that he was my fraud, even though I didn't know the guy until 2018 when he came to Kaduna to build something. So this administration has become desperate. They are determined to bring down everyone. They think that we are like them, that we...
Right, I'm waiting for him to get to the Daddy Yatta narrative. So a lot of you may or may not know who Daddy Yatta is. So Daddy Yatta is a lecturer in Katsina, I think, University. I think he teaches languages and linguistics or somewhat. But then, being that lecturer, he's also a social and a public critic. And it's a social and public critic that is especially critical of Northern politics. It's especially critical of Northern politics, but is particularly critical of the El Rufai administration then, when he was the governor of Kaduna State. So one sunny afternoon, there was a knock on Daddy Yatta's door. He opened that door and he has not been seen ever since. So a lot of people attributed that. In fact, all of the indicators indicate that El Rufai had that guy picked up and disappeared. So he had that guy picked up and disappeared. So I'm waiting for him to get into that narrative and then we open up that space.
Were thieves in government. So they have done the investigation. They were sure they would find something. Till now, till tomorrow, they have found nothing.
Can I just come in here? Because, I mean, there are obviously an investigation is ongoing and it could take a very long time.
Yeah.
And which is why, I mean, I'm not speaking for them, but arguably it is that they're moving it directly to you, which is why they're coming after you.
That's fine.
But without prejudice to any investigation, what exactly are the current allegations against you? And are you confident that every financial and administrative decision taken under your watch in Kaduna can withstand scrutiny?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Charles, in civilized countries, you don't start investigation by abducting a person or even...
I really hate this thing that they do. And by the way, can people please like and subscribe? The numbers are not going up. Numbers should go up. If you're not already subscribed, you're listening to us now, take that moment to, in fact, let me give you 30 seconds to subscribe. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to subscribe. We need numbers to go up. If you don't subscribe at the end of 10 seconds, then you are this thing that Portable is saying.
I'm a babu. I stay in the zoo. Zazu, I'm a babu. I live in the zoo. Zazu. Ah! Ah!
I hope he doesn't take it from me.
Oh, all right. I really detest the way they go on about in a civilized country is really the point I was making. But let's continue to listen on. I want him to get to that space where he talks about Daddy Yatta and he talks about corruption and he also talks about him eavesdropping on Nuhu Ribado's conversations.
Arresting a person and keeping him while you're investigating is violation of human rights. You do your investigation, okay? Financial records today are largely electronic. They can't be hidden. You do your investigation, you get your records.
Yeah, but how do you know they haven't done their investigation, which is why they're coming for you now?
They have done their investigation and have found nothing. Okay?
Yeah, but you don't know that. You haven't answered to them.
I will go to them.
Right.
Charles, I've been around this system. I know what's going on, even in those institutions. I have an idea what's going on.
So are you suggesting that political motives are at play?
Absolutely. Look, some of the professionals in this institution feel very bad that they're compelled. And when some of my guys that have been invited or abducted face them, when they finish all the questions, they tell them, look, we're sorry, but this is all political. Why don't you guys go and settle with them? Settle with them means what? Submit to be a member of APC, agree that Tinubu will have a second term. That's what it is.
Well, let me ask you a couple of rapid fire questions.
Yes.
And hopefully we'll have brief answers so we can move on.
Yes.
During your tenure as governor, were there any contracts, security expenditure, or financial arrangements you now believe could face scrutiny?
Each and every decision and action we took as government of Kaduna State was well documented. I'm probably the only governor that insists that recipients of security vote must sign. We want their names on the record, okay? The Commissioner of Internal Security has a wide degree of discretion to do things, but I've told him, keep your records, because one day questions will be asked. We are a heavily documented government, Charles.
Well, the reason
everything that has come to me, up to my level, for approval or endorsement, I have records. I have records.
Right.
So I'm not afraid of scrutiny, but I am not. But I am suspicious of malicious scrutiny.
Right.
Right. So he's saying there that everything he's done is above board, and he can account for all of the monies of Kaduna State. But there was this instance where El Rufai, by his own admission, told us that he was giving the monies of the people of Kaduna State to bandits. So let me just bring you that. Let me show you that. This is the same guy who. This is how he was dispensing the Kaduna State money. I want you to listen to this.
I will not do, okay, is to pay bandits, give them monthly allowance, or send food to them in the name of non-kinetic. It's nonsense. We are empowering bandits. Kaduna is part of it. Many states are objecting to that, but that is the policy now. Kiss the bandits. That's the new policy. My position has always been the only repentant bandit is a dead one. Let's kill them all. Let's wipe them. Let's bomb them until they are reduced to nothing. And
like, share, and subscribe for.
All right. That actually disposed the point. I'll go and look for it again. That's not exactly the one I wanted to show you, but we carry on with this interview. I'll go and dig out where he said he was actually paying bandits to stop attacking Southern Kaduna.
And so you should,
any scrutiny
so
in good faith,
so you
I'm
should
fine
be.
with it.
So you should be.
Yeah.
But there are claims that your administration engaged in controversial security strategies, including alleged financial inducements to violent groups. I mean, did your government ever authorize payments of any kind to armed actors, directly or indirectly?
I am probably one of the few governors that from day one took the position on the advice of my security cabinet that we must never negotiate with cattle rustlers, with bandits. The only repentant bandit is a dead one. We never negotiated that. We never did that. We never paid.
Oh, all right. I think I have that clip for you now. I think I have the clip where he told us that he was paying bandits. This is it right here. Hopefully, I've not listened to it back. So hopefully this is the one we're after. Let me just let me start it from the beginning. Hold on. Let me pause it. Let me scroll. It's only 1 minute, so you get to hear it fairly quickly. Let's have a listen. Yeah, okay.
And yes, we offered them money. We said, look, if we have to pay you not to kill our people, we're happy to do it. Compensation for life and property. And yes, we offered them money. We said, look, if we have to pay you.
So you can see it right there. This is on Channels Television. El Rufai claims he paid some Fulani to stop killings in southern Kaduna. So when is playing those Fulanis, are they going to use that that money to go and some business, in some POS business, or are they going to use that money to buy more weapons to cause even more havoc? Here is El Rufai in his own words telling us that he was paying bandits routinely as Kaduna State Governor.
And yes, we offered them money. We said, look, if we have to pay you not to kill our people, we're happy to do it. Compensation for lives and property has foundations even in the Quran and the Bible.
So compensations for life and property. So it's compensating the bandits for the loss of their lives and their properties. That is what he's saying. This is El Rufai.
Frankly, as the governor of the state, this is why my opinion comes in. As I speak, we are aware of some church leaders that have been getting money from abroad to bury Christians. That
all right. So that's El Rufai right there telling us that he did, in fact, pay bandits as the governor of Kaduna State. So let's get back to where we were. Where were we? Let's get back to where we were.
Paid any group for kidnapping anyone.
Right. Okay.
In spite of the pressure. So anybody that claims that is just in another dreamland. Now, as far as I know, all right, The Commission of Internal Security brings me proposals for security spending. There is a standing order every month. If there is any special emergency, he brings and says, we want to do this, and I approve. He decides what he does with it, okay? If he chooses on his own to go and give money to what you call armed groups, I don't know about that.
Right.
But to the best of my knowledge, the position of our government as a government.
Are you hearing what I'm hearing? So El Rufai, the bastion of probity and accountability, it tells us that a security guy will come with a check and ask him to sign it because he needs the money. And if the security guy then uses that money to hand over to bandits, he doesn't know, he doesn't care. That's what he said. I'll scroll it back again so you hear it. And we already have evidence of him also admitting that he was paying bandits. So he gives his security guy money because the guy says he wants money. And if the guy then goes and gives that money to bandits, he doesn't know and he doesn't care. That's the guy that wants to be your president, or El Rufai. Can people please make sure they're subscribing? I keep saying this, I'm not saying the numbers go up. If you have no objection to subscribing, then please subscribe. Every single person interacting with this session right now should be subscribed. So if you have no objection to subscribing, take a moment. It doesn't take more than a moment to subscribe. Like and subscribe. I'm going to scroll it back just a tad, just so you can be listening to the incredulous statement by the diminutive former governor of Kaduna State.
Any group for kidnapping anyone.
Right. Okay.
In spite of the pressure. So anybody that claims that is just in another dreamland. Now, as far as I know, all right, the Commission of Internal Security brings me proposals for security spending. There is a standing order every month. If there is any special emergency, he brings and says, we want to do this, and I approve. He decides what he does with it, okay? If he chooses on his own to go and give money to what you call armed groups, I don't know about that.
Right.
But to the best of my knowledge, the position of our government as a government is that we don't negotiate with bandits, we don't pay them, we don't do this, we don't do that, we don't do this.
Looking back at your time as governor, do you believe your security approach in Kaduna State strengthened long-term stability?
So sorry, I want to pause it there for a moment because we have to hold on to what he just said. He said his position as the governor of Kaduna State is that they don't negotiate with bandits, they don't interact with them, and he also stated that the only bandit that he cares for is the one that is being buried. That is what he told us. You heard those words. I'll scroll it back again so you can hear it again. He said exactly that as the Kaduna State governor, his position, I'm re-emphasizing this because I want to catch him out on a lie. So let me just scroll it back so you hear what he says again. It's only about 30 seconds. So let me scroll it back 30 seconds so you hear exactly what he's saying.
To the best of my knowledge, the position of our government as a government is that we don't negotiate with bandits, we don't pay them, we don't do this, we don't do that, we don't do that.
Right. We don't negotiate with bandits, we don't pay this, we don't pay them, we don't do this, we don't do that. So hold
And yes, we offered them money. We said, look, if we have to pay you not to kill our people, we're happy to do it. Compensation for lives and property has.
So that's the same guy 3 years ago, and this is still the same guy now, 3 years later.
Is that we don't negotiate with bandits, we don't emergency he brings and says, we want to do this, and I approve. He decides what he does with it, okay? If he chooses on his own to go and give money to what you call armed groups, I don't know about that.
Right.
But to the best of my knowledge, the position of our government as a government is that we don't negotiate with bandits, we don't pay them, we don't do this, we don't do that, we don't do this.
Looking back at your time as governor, do you believe you...
And that's exactly the same guy. So you see 3 years. They say 24 hours is a long time in politics. 3 years is a century in politics. The exact same guy that 3-4 years ago was on Channels Television telling us that he was negotiating with bandits and paying them. Fast forward 3 years later, now tells us, I showed you both clips now. If you want to see them again, you'll see them again, but I'll show you 3 times. Now, 3 years later, is telling us the converse opposite, 180-degree turn, the direct opposite of what he said at the year 3 years prior. He's now telling us now that his position is that he doesn't negotiate with bandits or pay them. But when he was in government, he told us that he was negotiating with bandits and he was paying them. So a pathological liar, as Obasanjo rightly said.
Your security approach in Kaduna State strengthened long-term stability or deepened divisions in the state? Because critics, including activists, even clerics, have alleged that dissenting voices were harassed and intimidated during your tenure.
Okay, look, our security strategy in the state is two-pronged. Okay, there were problems we inherited, okay, around communal violence, tribal intolerance, and so on. History of. We had a security strategy for that. And then there are the emerging threats. When we first came, it was cattle rustling, which metamorphosed into banditry, okay? We had very clear strategy on that. Now, on the first set of security threats, we studied all the commissions of inquiries on previous acts of communal violence in Kaduna, and we came to certain conclusions. And around that, we developed a strategy of zero tolerance to any nonsense from any group that thinks that it can advance its interest through violence. I was very hard on that. I did not allow anybody to do that. And throughout my 8 years in Kaduna, we only had one instance of communal violence in December 2016, and I shut down the 3 local governments affected through Christmas and New Year. Let me land. Okay? And it never happened again because we took very decisive, clear steps that sent a message that something has changed, okay? Now, but we knew that there are people that don't even live in Kaduna that make social media posts and so on that sometimes can ignite the problem in Kaduna. And I'll just give one quick instance. Somebody living in Port Harcourt or somewhere, or Lagos, said that some students of College of Education were killed.
Yes.
All right? And we checked. All right? The long and short of it was that because I called the commission of what's happening, how did this happen?
Yeah, that was a chap called Maidat Joseph. Was it Maidat Joseph or Luca Biniat?
No, Luca Biniat was stringing for Vanguard. It was a different...
he was stringing for Vanguard. It was a different thing. Joseph was Leadership newspaper. Yeah. Anthony Jacobson of Authentic newspaper.
I know Midat. Midat was a reporter for one of the newspapers.
Yeah, Leadership.
And by the way, all those names being listed by Charles, they are all names of people that are El Rufai, when he was governor of Kaduna State, either locked up or even worse, still disappeared. All those names are names of critics of his administration that he dealt with. Some of them he locked up, some of them he just disappeared. And by when we are saying disappeared, of course, he put them 6 feet under in the ground. A lot of people, this guy disappeared them as a governor of Kaduna State. Please, guys, push the numbers up. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. We need numbers going up. So if you're not already subscribed, please do.
Biniat, I remember. Okay, Biniat's issue was different. This one was a guy called Audu Maikori. He is the CEO of Chocolate
yes,
City.
Yes,
okay?
Audu Maikori, the guy who was brought from Lagos.
Okay, he posted that, and we called him. We said, look, Audu, you tweeted this thing is false. Where did you hear this from? Because we checked. The principal said this because the 5 students that were killed were journalism students. The College of Education doesn't do journalism.
Right.
All right. So we called. We said, look, go and admit that this is not true, because this kind of reports can get retaliation from the people that, you know, he stood by his story. So what would you do as a government? And this is what we did in each and every of those cases. Anyone that does something that we think is likely to cause communal violence in Kaduna from previous history, our Attorney General writes to the police and says, look, Charles has published ABC. We've reached him to retract. He has refused to retract. Please investigate him for injurious falsehood, incitement, blah, 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 under the penal code. That's what happened in the case of Audu Maikori.
Well, they said these were your political opponents, that you were essentially silenced.
Maikori?
For dissenting against.
Maikori, political opponent, the guy lives in Lagos.
Right.
He cannot get 10 votes even in his
But all
own
those
Look,
people I mentioned,
so this is what happened.
They all wrote articles that were critical of your government.
No, they didn't.
All of them did.
Look, no, they didn't. Midat Joseph and I are still in touch. We are good friends. We may have disagreed on something, but if you see any of them being, and what we did, as I said, is to write this, the police will investigate, and we tell them, investigate first before you go and get a person. They investigate, they invite. Audu was invited, he refused to come. So the Nigerian police is one. They brought him from Lagos and arraigned him. That's what we do. We arraign people before a court of law.
Right. Well, what about the still unresolved case involving one of your very fierce critics, a man known as Abubakar Idris Dadiyata, a lecturer and a social media commentator? He was, to use your word, abducted from his Kaduna home in 2019 by unknown gunmen and has remained missing to this day, nearly 7 years later. Amnesty International considers the case to be one of enforced disappearance, and many fingers point towards your government, which was in power in Kaduna State at the time. Are they right for their fingers to be pointed in the direction of your government? Because his protection is the duty of your government.
Charles, they are totally wrong, and what you have been given is not the correct thing. Dadiyata's timeline is still around. Go and study it. Dadiyata was not a fierce critic of Kaduna State government. He was a fierce critic of Kano State government. He's from Kano. He's a Konkosia guy. He lives in Kaduna and lectures at a university in Katsina State. He lives in Kaduna, but he's a fierce critic, not of Kaduna State. Go and review his timeline, okay? It was Ganduje that was his problem.
But he was living in your state.
He was living in my state. But
so technically he is your...
No, of course.
He falls under your province.
Yes, but I didn't even know him. We only got the report of Dadiyata's existence.
Right.
Okay? And the fact that he lived in Kaduna State after his family reported to the police that he was abducted as he was returning home in the evening. And when we investigated, all that we could gather from his family was that the abductors came, took him, and they came from Kano. So if anybody is to be asked questions about the disappearance of Dadiyata, it's the Kano State government. It has nothing to do with Kaduna State government. We didn't.
All right. So we go back to the confrontation at the airport when the authorities accosted El Rufai. So the authorities accosted El Rufai not to arrest him, but to seize his passport. And the reason why they were seizing his passport is so that he's not able to leave the country until he attends to the questions that they have for him. So the DSS effected the seizing of that passport. Why did they effect the seizing of that passport? It is entirely about this Dadiyata matter. So Dadiyata was a lecturer and social critic resident in Kaduna State, extremely critical of the Kaduna government. And suddenly he disappeared under the Kaduna State government. And El Rufai's son then, if people have copies of that El Rufai's son's tweet, please send it to me. I'm looking for it right now. So if people have copies of El Rufai's son's tweet on the Daddy Yatta matter, please send it to me either on my WhatsApp or on Instagram, anywhere. I have a copy, but it's not quite clear. This is the copy I have. It's not quite clear. It's not legible, and it's not letting me bring it up. But if anybody has the copy of El Rufai's son's tweet on the Daddy Yatta matter, the El Rufai's son's tweet on the Daddy Yatta matter is essentially a confessional statement, because in that tweet, he, to all intents and purposes, told us that anybody that is critical of his family name will pay with their life. And he referenced Daddy Yatta, and Daddy Yatta has been missing ever since. 7 years on, Daddy Yatta still nowhere to be found. So that is what DSS is investigating El Rufai on: the abduction, disappearance, possible murder of this lecturer social critic. So that's what he stands accused of. So all this fog of noise that is creating is never going to effect an escape route from this egregious crime. So it's the Daddy Yatta thing that is central to his relationship with the DSS. But if anybody has copies of that tweet, please send it to me or come into the studio and drop it. All right, let's not move on from there too quickly. Let us not move on from there too quickly, because we're talking about a human being, a senior member of society, a lecturer, and a leader of society missing. So this is the Daddy Yatta narrative. So this came out this September the 13th, 2019. Where is the social media critic at Daddy Yatta? He's missing for daring to criticize Nigeria. This is if you look at the date, so El Rufai then, we already established that he's a pathological liar. So this article came out September the 13th, 2019, and this is regarding that Yatta. Where is the social media critic? Hopefully this is showing on the screen. That is on the screen. Yeah, it is on the screen. So it says, where is the social media critic Daddy Yatta? He is missing for daring to criticize Nigeria's governor El Rufai. So El Rufai tells us that Daddy Yatta is a critic of Ganduje, not him, and he wasn't even aware of him. But at that moment in time, when this guy was disappeared, all of the media space was aware that this guy was a critic of El Rufai. Where is the social media critic at Daddy Yatta? He is missing for daring to criticize Nigeria's governor El Rufai. Where are our writers? They don't care. They are in Kaduna at a lavish book festival paid for by El Rufai. Nigeria is fast descending into a fascist space in a democracy run by thug rulers and their writer enablers. So this one that writes this pleading please, where is Daddy Yatta? This one goes on to ask. So where is Daddy Yatta? This is Reno Omakri. Daddy Yatta and other critics of El Rufai were abducted and made to disappear. He admitted playing killer headsmen. He referred to Southern Kaduna women as whores. signed the petition for UK and EU to place a visa ban on El Rufai. So that's that. And here is another one. It says, your apology is fake. Your father, El Rufai, is known for threatening foreign diplomats with body bags. You also mocked Daddy Yatta when he went missing in Kaduna under your father's administration. This pattern is clear and straightforward shame and is referencing Bashir El-Rufai, Bashir Nasir El-Rufai, one of the sons of El-Rufai. My tweet about Southern Kaduna residents and persecuted Fulani headsmen was in bad taste and also badly written in an attempt to make a point in the heat of the moment. I apologize for that to those who have known me and are aware I don't have all such sentiments. So this is them now trying to reverse positions. Still on that the Yatta space, still on that the Yatta space, here is what Amnesty International has to say. All right. All right. Here is the tweet I wanted to show you. So this was at that moment in time. This is Bashir El-Rufai. It says the same clowns who encouraged him when he was creating false stories and capitalizing on lies that could endanger lives solely for political ends are now the same individual trending hashtag, where is Daddy Yatta? Dangerous lies in public space have consequences. This is Bashir El-Rufai. This is what he tweeted after they disappeared Daddy Yatta in Kaduna State. The same clowns who encouraged him when he was creating false stories and capitalizing on lies that could endanger lives solely for political ends are the same individuals trending hashtag asking, where is Daddy Yatta? Dangerous lies in the public space have consequences. So that was what he said, and then subsequently the guy was disappeared. Dangerous lies in public spaces have consequences. So there it is right there. So without, it's just unbelievable. A pathological, Obasanjo not often right, but about this guy, a pathological, impulsive liar. Somebody is saying no audio. You can't hear it. Can you not hear it? All right. Let me try and do something. I'll play you a bit of music, then I'll try and fix it. Let me play you a little bit of music, and then I'll try and fix it. Let me play you music.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé ṣọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
To answer is to say all that you've described, there is a bit of everything, okay? But from my days in the construction industry, since I graduated from university, the construction industry has a culture of closing down mid-December.
Can you hear it now? Can you hear it now? Let me know in the comment section if you can hear it now.
You haven't spoken for quite some time before.
No. I left this country in November because I planned to shut down through December and part of January. As I was planning to come back, I had a triple infection, bronchitis, malaria, and a viral infection I picked up in Dubai. And I was hospitalized for 5 days, which scared me because I've never been in hospital for more than one night in my life.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better now.
I'm fine now. I'm perfectly fine. In fact, I have all my medical reports that I will publish before anything happens. And they say, oh, he's always had ill health. I have perfect health, actually. So that was my plan. I took time off to do this, and I'm working on I'm writing a book that I haven't done much on, and I had to get away. But you are right. I had to, I had to evaluate the year 2025 and all that happened. I had great hopes in the SDP. What the EP leadership did, things happen, disappointments happen, and you move on. But I want to correct your mistaken impression that in the ADC we've not unified the opposition. We are unified. The leadership of the ADC is one. We are focused. We are determined to all remain together. We all agreed that among those that have presidential aspirations, only God knows who is the chosen one. But all have agreed that whoever emerges in free, fair, and transparent primaries will be supported by all. And the first stage in building this momentum is to do the membership revalidation, mobilization, and registration, which has been kicked off now. As soon as we finish that, we're going to go ahead with congresses, elect new leaders for the party, and have a non-elective convention where we will even promulgate a new constitution of the party. Immediately after that, of course, planning for primaries for the candidates will begin. So we are on course. We are not making as much noise in the media or in the public because of the intolerant political environment that this autocratic government is trying to impose.
All right, we're getting towards the end now, so I'll send the link into the comment section. If anybody wants to come and share their thoughts on this particular, on El-Rufai and what he has to say, if you want to come and share your thoughts, click on the link that I'm sending into the comment section now. So this link goes to all of the spaces that we're streaming to. So if you want to come in and have a conversation around what El-Rufai has to say, click on that link, come into the studio. Make sure you're subscribed as you're coming in. Every single person listening to the sound of my voice right now should be subscribed. If you're not already subscribed, subscribe now. If you have no reasons not to be subscribed, then subscribe. If it doesn't offend you, then just do it. We need at least 10 people to subscribe immediately. So we'll play this to the end, and then hopefully somebody comes into the studio, and then we have a conversation.
On the country, but at the grassroots, where it matters, at the polling units, in the wards, we have penetrated every part of Nigeria. And what the people of Nigeria are looking forward to is for us to give them a decent and electable candidate. And this government is gone by the grace of God. So we've done that. I believe we've lost some time. We've lost a bit of momentum until the end of the year. But we are going to catch up. We are going to surprise this government. And I assure Nigerians that we are going to give them a very credible alternative platform and a candidate that will defeat President Tinubu in the next election.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm sure you've heard about this proposed bill before the US Congress, the Nigeria Religious Freedom and Accountability Act 2026, so there's named Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso in connection with alleged religious freedom violations. I mean, that is clearly no small matter. When the American legislature invokes your name in the context of human rights, it raises the stakes far beyond domestic politics. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, look, first, let me say that, as Nigerians, we should not get...
And by the way, this guy's name will soon very quickly end up on that list. There is no way that Kwakwanso's name will have association with terrorism sponsoring, and El-Rufai, a self-confessed paymaster of bandits, his name is not on that list. The evidence is there to tell us by his own admission, he tells us that he sponsors, not sponsors. So by his own admission, he tells us that he sponsors terror. So why is El-Rufai's name not on the American list? So hopefully that omission will be corrected fairly swiftly and imminently.
Carried away and be pawns in what is essentially domestic political posturing, okay? Because this whole Christian genocide stuff and the latest bill is is just the Republicans playing to their base, the Christian. It's not just about Kwankwaso. It's something that every Nigerian should be conscious about and know. So that's one. So all this posturing, let's know it for what it is. It has nothing to do about concern. It has nothing to do about this. It's domestic politics in the US. Secondly, I think it is heartbreaking for me as a citizen of Nigeria and someone that has been in the highest levels of government that as a government, as a country, we are unable to protect all our citizens, whether they are Christians or Muslims. Everyone is at risk. We all know that. And that, for me, is what we should be worried about. And it is clear that the country is not secure. The security architecture has failed. The personnel are incompetent or not doing the job. And we need to ask some very difficult questions so that that is recalibrated, so that every Nigerian will feel safe. But coming to the matter of Kwankwaso, I think it is most unfair to tag Kwankwaso. And I'm trying to figure out whether it is the $9 million lobbying money that led to the list of Kwankwaso because Kwankwaso has refused to move to APC. Because the evil that this government is capable of is beyond your imagination, Charles. They may be behind it because Kwankwaso has refused to move to the APC, and there are rumors that he will move to the ADC.
Well, you're saying there may be.
Yeah.
They may be behind it.
They may be behind. In fact,
I
I cannot think of anyone else because look, 12 northern states implemented Sharia. Okay? The first state to do so was Zamfara. I thought Zamfara should be listed there if at all anyone is to be blamed for this Sharia fiasco. All right? Kwankwaso followed suit like many other northern governors. And
so did we just hear an admission that the Sharia system is a fiasco? And if it's admitting that the Sharia system is a fiasco, when did he come to that realization? Did he have that realization when he was the governor of Kaduna State? And if he had that realization that Sharia is a fiasco, when he was the governor of Kaduna State, what did he do to redress it? How did he address it? Because Sharia was generously applied when he was the governor of Kaduna State, still extensively applied now. So when did he come to the realization that Sharia is a fiasco? And if he had that realization when he was the governor of Kaduna State, what did he do about it? You see, this is the thing. It's just words just come out of his mouth without filter, or I don't quite know who the audience is for this guy. It's just a gibberish talking pathological liar.
Kano was not very strict in even implementing Sharia. So he's not one of the governors that you say was a fundamentalist or, those.
Kano was not. It's like this guy is talking about a parallel country, or maybe he thinks he's talking to dummies or something. Kano was not very strict about applying Sharia. I defy anybody. Open a different tab. Don't leave our stream because we need your audience and we need your subscription as well. We're still after 10 people to subscribe. So when I'm talking about 10 people, I'm not talking about other people. I'm talking about you that you're not already subscribed. You're listening to me now. If you're not already subscribed, subscribe. It's exactly you that I'm talking to. But this guy says Kano is not especially strict in the application of Sharia. I defy anybody. Open a separate tab. Type in Hishba destroys alcohol. It's always in Kano. When they go around destroying people's shops, they have a force, a parallel localized police force, which they call the Hishba, that their primary purpose is to apply Sharia doctrinal lines in the structurings of society. That's Kano State now. But these are Omugor, these are Kurukete, this short little man is telling us that Kano was not strict in this guy is from another planet, man. Unbelievable stuff.
That cut off the hands of that lady Jengebi or whatever. I walk in the streets, but they are in APC. Nobody is mentioning the states or mentioning Yerima Bakura. Nobody is mentioning Abdulaziz Yari. These are governors of Zamfara State that protected and promoted Sharia, but it is Kwankwaso that is being targeted. It makes me want to ask questions. Where is this coming from? So I think we should be very discerning as Nigerians and not get carried away.
Well, that's why we're asking questions, because
Yeah.
nobody has quite those answers. I mean,
Yeah.
we're running out of time.
Well,
fairly
I hope my explanation contributes to the answer. I don't know whether that is the answer, but clearly, you know, we must not get carried away by some of these things.
Right. Well, let me ask you another big question, because the presidential election has now been announced to be the 27th of February, 2027. Are you running for president? I mean, you've talked quite a lot about the things that you'd love to see happen, the changes that you'd love to see implemented. You've said you've been let down by other people that you anointed as presidents before, or you supported.
Yeah.
So really, the only way that you can push through the things you want to push through is if you're running yourself. So is that your intention?
Do you want me to run for president?
Well,
Charles,
I can't. I couldn't possibly comment on that.
Okay.
That's why
Well,
I'm
look,
asking you the question.
Let me tell you, I have said this over and over. I'm not a candidate for any office. In fact, I ought to have retired. But for the disaster that I contributed in foisting on Nigerians, I would have been in Egypt, writing my books and completing my PhD and learning to be fluent in Arabic. That was my life plan after Kaduna. But what is happening is happening. The country is in bad shape, and every Nigerian is suffering across religious, ethnic, regional, and whatever divide. Everyone is having to go through a lot.
So you're going to run for president?
And side by side with that, you know, you have this affluence and massive diversion of public resources to a few individuals. It hurts me a lot. But the decision to run for president has not been made by me. I have not made a decision to run for president.
But it's somewhere in the back of your mind, is it?
No. It's not at the back of my mind. There are...
We're going to stop it there. I'll send the link into the comment section. If anybody wants to come in, come in. You know, the narrative of El Rufai is a narrative of could have, should have, but never did. That's the narrative of El Rufai. That's the story of El Rufai. Could have, should have, but never did. El Rufai was the person that was meant to succeed Obasanjo back in those days. Was it 2007 thereabout? El Rufai was the person that they were touting. They were canvassing to succeed Obasanjo, but he was playing games. The Obasanjo was prepping him and encouraging him and telling him that he won't say, but it was playing games. But now the moment has passed him. Let me bring up Kenny. I'll bring up BT. The link is in the comment section. Anybody that wants to come up. Kenny, you're up first. What are you making of El Rufai's interaction with the media?
Woman, can you hear me clearly? Am I audible?
Yes, perfect. Carry on.
Oh, thank you very much. My other brother that's there, thank you very much for having me, woman. Listen, before I move on or say whatever I want to say, I will not take much time, but I was very, very disappointed this morning. I was listening back to the program that you had last night, because anytime you have a program, you know, we both live in the UK. The time is not actually suitable for me to wake up around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm very disappointed in some comments and some analysis the guy called AY made. You know what I mean? It's disappointing to me to see somebody, a Nigerian, that will come online, a recorded program that can be there for the next donkey years that our children will listen to. He's so careless and say whatever he's saying because of his religion background. I believe he's a Muslim. You understand? Defending every fight with all his energy. It's a, you know what I mean? I was shocked for you to see. For the fact that even though you've not listened to the full video of his own convention on live TV, this guy was still defending every fight in every angle. You know, I have something to say to him. Woman, prosperity will judge every single one of us. Whatever we do today, our children, they will live to see it. And future will judge all of us, whether we are truthful our comments, or we are biased because of our party affiliation or because of our religion biases. You know what I mean? I'm very, very disappointed to listen to him this morning. Actually, while I was driving, I wanted to scroll up all this conversation, but I was like, you know what? Can you be patient? I was just listening. But for the other guys are trying to calm him down. You know what I mean? He was still continuing changing the story and all that. That's for him. If you like, he should continue because of his biases. Rufai is not someone that anybody can defend. Woma, can you still hear me, please?
I can hear you, Kenny.
Oh, okay, Baba. Thank you, Jerry. You know, Rufai is a guy that is a pathological liar. You can see his countenance as he's talking on that program. Every single thing he said is premeditating. He already programmed everything he wants to say in his head, and he's saying it line by line. But I'm disappointed because you see some Nigerians like AY that will come online and defending, and they will be the person is trying to blame Asiwaju Brother Tinubu that is pursuing the guy or is doing it because of opposition that Asiwaju was an opposition. How can you compare a day and night when Asiwaju was a governor of Lagos State? You know, Obasanjo was after. I mean, was after him. Nobody can play a video or a note or a message or a tweet that Asiwaju make this kind of reckless statements on live TV, or any record of him being a terrorist or associate himself with terrorists. You can, but this guy, he was trying, right, to associate Asiwaju with him. That Asiwaju is not giving his space for opposition to thrive. You know, how far can we go as a Nigerian, right, to play politics to this level? Someone come on live TV, make his own convention, right, that it tap and NSA phone. That is breach of security of Nigeria of Nigeria. No country would like to associate with us if you are not careful. Because how can you be trusted when your NSA phone line is being tapped? Who knows what this people has been listening to? We're having issue of insecurity in Nigeria. Our soldiers are crying on daily basis because of leaked messages. When the soldiers are planning attack on terrorists, before we get there, they will find out that these terrorists are there. Who knows whether this is coming through? Through Verify because he's listening to conversation of our government, and somebody is trying to defend that. See, one man. Let me say this. Nasiru Nuru Ribadu. Yeah, I want to talk about his KPI. Yeah, he has a very good KPI in the sight of government and in my own sight and the presence of God as well. His KPI is as high as anybody else.
Tinubu came out recently to praise him, actually.
Exactly. So, woman, his KPI, nobody can tell me they have information more than the president of Nigeria. Tinubu was in Adamawa yesterday, and he was praising him in public. And someone will tell me, actually, he doesn't know what he's doing for him to be praising me that way. We know we have the issue. The record is there. The Igbo people, they went to America to go and lobby the senator, all the government there, for President Trump to name Nigeria a country of concern. But as of today, actually, I just sent new about to America. It confused them. They tell our story, and the story has changed. And somebody is coming online on national TV and try to blame government that government is not giving them space to thrive. It's a pity that we can play our politics to this way. It's a pity that we can play our religion to this level. That we've not been true to ourselves. And what they want is they want us to ignore. Then they will come out, this man is not capable of leading the nation because somebody come online and say things as easy as this. He couldn't do anything. A person like AY, he will be the first person to come out and condemn Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. That it's not strong enough to rule that country. But he sit down in his own comfort zone and spill rubbish on live TV where people are listening. It's a pity. on people like that, and he has lost his credibility in front of me and the sight of God as well. Because at all time we must be true to ourselves. One man, El-Rufai needs to be prosecuted. He needs to be prosecuted as of yesterday because what he said, everything he said on that TV is as good as our national security is in doubt. When Asiwaju refused to give him his what's it called, his nomination as a sorry, as a what's it called,
Minister.
as a minister, people like AY that were coming out, why Asiwaju humiliates him as if he was working in the government. This is kind of things they know about this guy. That's why they refused him to be nominated as a minister of Nigeria. Because they have his history, they have his record. He come online publicly that he played bandits. This guy has like 100 mouths. He can lie for that race. The guy can lie, he can change his mouth, and he has a big mouth.
It wasn't lying in Chatham House, right? When
can I speak? Can I speak? Don't let me insult you, please.
When it was
don't let me insult you, please. Can you keep quiet? Don't let me insult you, please.
Right?
Respect yourself.
He can push back against you now. You know, it was a champion. It was a Tinubu champion once upon a time. Now.
No, one man.
So it wasn't lying. When it was in Chatham House. When
okay, allow me to don't derail me. Don't derail me, please. Let me say my rubbish. No, don't derail me. I don't even know who's speaking. Who's speaking? Who is that?
That's the mighty rational mind.
Rational mind. My brother. Rational mind.
What man?
Oh, what do you mean?
What do you mean mighty? What is mighty about him?
One man. What rational man? Rational man, you want me to lose my line of thought, and I'm not losing my line of thought. See, one man. There's no program that you host on this program that I never listen to. You know, see, in this life, like I said before, let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be truthful. We don't have any other country. Me and you are British and British. One my national is American, and my brother there as well. Yeah, if they ask us to go to pack our load now, where are we going to go to? We can't go to Afghanistan and we go to Nigeria. How we protect that country? That's what's going to remain. If you like, let us continue lying to ourselves. That El-Rufai is the best sliced bread after butter. See, as you lay your bed, you rely on it. El-Rufai is a terrorist. I can open my camera and say it. I'm not afraid. He's the terrorist. That's why we were unable to win against insurgents in Nigeria. Because this man is listening to every conversation. It's not alone. He said we are listening. He even said he went ahead and said the government think they are the only one that have the capacity to listen to people tap people's phone. That they too have their own capacity. Obviously, they form another government somewhere.
Yes, we have three parallel governments. Anyway, we have the actual real elected government of Bola Tinubu. We have the comic book government of Simon Nipa and Nnamdi Kanu. We have the Sakamaje government of
one man,
and then we have the Jamjawid government of Nasir El-Rufai.
One man, not now. That was bad time of that job. The man was
all right. I've even forgotten what I was going to ask you. Give us about 2 more minutes, Kenny. We have from BT, Rational Mind with us as well. Back to you, Kenny.
BT, my brother. God bless you, Jerry, my brother. God bless you. I've not been seeing you on TikTok for some days now. So I will say that one man, you see, you derail me, but the truth is, El-Rufai is a terrorist. Look at the tweet that you read. They pass somebody. That man is a father to somebody. Is a mother to somebody. Is a child, a son to somebody. Probably that man is the head of his family. You just walk out of this life. See, El-Rufai's mouth is so loose that he doesn't deserve any good thing to come to his way. Last time I said, oh, we placed him when he was in Chatham House. See, what if I said in Chatham House, it was just a campaign. He was trying to impress Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu to add him into his government. Anyway, whatever I say in that Chatham House, I was so impressed personally. I was impressed with him. I'm not his fan because I would never be a fan of our enemy.
It wasn't trying to impress anybody. Come on, dude. What are we doing? Your Ashwaju invited him to when he was sharing the question. He shared question to him. And so that was what he did.
That is my own personal view.
Okay, your personal view. Okay, all right, go on.
Understand?
All right. All right, land it and then
let me finish. Yeah. I would like to now. I will not take much time. See, whether they like it or not, Ashwaju will succeed, regardless. For people like Rufai, they need to be put back to where it belongs. Well, where it belongs is Enugu prison. That's where it belongs. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. We go on from Kenny to I didn't even know BT was on TikTok. We go on from Kenny to BT. On our way to BT, can the people, those 10 new subscribers that we're after, we're still not seeing a single one of them. So if you're not already subscribed, please do. We need 10 new subscribers in the course of this stream. BT, floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. What's up? Ashna Mind and Ola and Kenny. Yeah, we're just going to focus on the interview because we decided to go in different directions, and the anti Tinubu mob showed up, and you know how that goes. But just for this interview, I think my own opinion is that it's just my own opinion. Okay, I believe that if you notice over the past 3 or 4 years, Rufai has made it his duty to attack our NSA head because he believes that it was passed on by the powers that be to succeed Tinubu. I think everybody believes that Ribadu will come up after Tinubu, and I think he believes it was supposed to be him. So if you notice, anytime he lashes on the Tinubu government, he ends up with Ribadu. So I think that's one angle that people don't focus on. So this idea that to one man's point of him being a liar, when he was asked about running for president and he said he never had it at the back of his mind, that is clearly a lie. He wants to be president. And I feel like he feels like him being rejected by the APC, not for the ministerial position, but for that seat to succeed. Because that was the whole point. If he was in government with Tinubu, then he can then catapult himself into the presidency. And it feels like the system kind of pushed him out. And Nuri Badu, I think he believes will be the next person. That's where that anger comes from. To the security issue, it's quite unfortunate that people like him are still walking around confidently. And for somebody to come on national TV. So when he said, we are listening, I'm really interested in who these people are. Like when one man jokingly said the cabals, parallel government. I really want to know who these people are. Clearly, they have people working in the NSA. They have people in all walks of life, especially in government. We want to know who these people are. Because if they can tap the NSA phone, then they can tap the president's phone. They can tap it. They have tapped people's phones, clearly. And for him to be bold enough to come into the public space to say that tells you he has powerful backing. People within the Tinubu administration are also involved, I want to believe. So that's my own concern about it. The American angle that you brought in about Kano being less radical, that doesn't make any sense to me. You still adopted Sharia. And the spread of it is concerning to me from being from the Southwest. So I want to see how the government goes after him. Right now is in the EFCC custody. I believe the DSS is waiting for him after he's done with the FCC. The other thing, it's been 5 years. I don't think our security forces are very good with investigation. They've not nothing historical has led me to believe that they will do a good job with that. So I would rather focus on the terrorism allegations and that the one coming from the EFCC.
Do you think it should go on the American list of people with associations with terror?
That is left for the American government to determine, based on if you and I be wanting to the body bag comments from years back, if you remember, one man, and he's made other statements too. So it should be on that, but they make their own determination and their own judgment. So I can't really speak for them. But to your question, I would want them to put him on it, but that is for them to decide. So now to the political angle of this story, the ADC might be delisted, right? One man. I hope you read the criteria that came out yesterday.
Yes, we actually brought it up as a topic of discussion yesterday. So if the strict adherence to law was observed, then the ADC will automatically be deregistered. They needed to have scored 25% in at least one state. They didn't score anything anywhere. They needed to have either won a local government, a senatorial seat, or something. They didn't win a single thing. So even the Chores party, by that criteria, by strict adherence to law, should be deregistered.
Yeah, no, there's also a developing story that popped up in my feed this morning. The ADC from Sokoto, they're already raising hell with Tamboa. You know, they're having this internet scuffle as well going on in the ADC right now about they're in court now, challenging the leadership of the ADC. I remember their candidate from 2003 is also in court as well, challenging the leadership of ADC. So I think Rufai sees the writing on the wall. He might force his way back to the SDP. So I honestly don't think give it 90 days, everybody will mind. People will start leaving that party. They will start leaving. I believe he's seeing the writing on the wall, and he's making it like an attempt or no. So that is the political angle of it. But this tapping of the
Can you foresee a scenario that navigates El Rufai back to the APC even before the elections?
You know, according to our friend from Edo State, once you join the APC, all sins are forgiven. So, like to Spinner's point earlier when he said when he was at the UK, was it the panel that they had in the UK that he was good with them? Same thing can be said conversely. So you can say the same thing about him. When he was with them, he was okay with them as well. He wasn't complaining. But I think he's already gone too far, one man. Honestly, it cannot turn back at this time. Because also, look at it from the APC angle. What is El Rufai's political capital right now? Does it really have? I mean, they have the governor of Kaduna is in APC right now, right? They have the governor in their pockets.
Yeah, Tubasani.
Exactly. So what do they really need him for? So the leverage is gone. I think the failure of El Rufai in capturing like I mentioned earlier, in being the successor to Tinubu, and also failing to capture the Buhari followers. It's failure to do. I think it's failure in that space is what is propelling all this nonsense. Honestly, I think he's just going through some kind of political crisis in his head, and it's kind of lashing out at people right now. Now it's gone too far with it. The question is, will Tinubu leverage? Will he really? The Nigeria that you know, be honest with me right now. The country that you know, even if he's guilty of all these charges, do you see him going to prison for a long time? Honestly,
the Nigeria that I know, sadly no, but the Nigeria that I hope for, hopefully yes. And we're always in anticipation of some breakthrough incident that humbles a real big name. So if El Rufai is going to be that breakthrough incident, if they are able to establish that he killed that guy and he has to face, even if it doesn't cost him his life, if we can get a guilty verdict of him find that guy, then that would be a breakthrough moment.
So the main charge that you want to stick is the killing of that
because that's the one thing that stands outside of. So him stealing 422 billion from Kaduna State, quite eye-popping and shocking, but not it's not outside of norm now. Take that story to every other state, it's the same thing. But him find that guy, that breaks out of just the corruption and everything. So if they're able to establish that he fight that guy, he killed that guy, then at least establish that verdict, and whatever the punishment is immaterial. So at some point we have to break that dog. We have to diverge in that space. Have somebody current and powerful humbled in Nigeria.
Okay, so let me just leave it there for now. I'll come back later when we move to different topics. Just wanted to speak briefly on the.
On TikTok. I didn't know you were on TikTok. I thought you were too highbrow for those.
No. I was following you now. I came on your.
Yes. I was trying to establish a presence on TikTok, but I gave up on it.
I was there because you were there.
I'm still there, but I go to Kenny's platform instead.
The level of vitriol on that platform, I couldn't handle it. I'm like, oh hell no.
You know how much they insult me on YouTube.
Yeah,
you know how much they insult me on YouTube.
TikTok is
TikTok. What's the woman on TikTok?
The YouTube one is like a prayer session compared to TikTok.
No, I only came there.
I
only came there because of
TikTok is very toxic.
Very, very.
And
you have art, you can't stay there.
I found out I told you one of my nieces is very big on. She's American, but she's very big on TikTok. So I follow her too. So she does political commentary. So that's some of the reasons why I'm still around there. But let me leave it there for now. When we go to a different topic, I'll also chime in. Yeah.
All right. Always a delight when a crowd favorite BT. Another crowd favorite, a man of the people, as said by Chinua Achebe. Rational mind. Floor is yours.
Woman, I greet everyone. I greet our listeners. I'm surprised you said Baba T is on TikTok. Is he also doing political commentary there? Is that what he's doing?
No, he's just tweaking. He's just twerking to the young girls.
Let me clarify before you continue. Show you. Let me clarify. I came on TikTok because one man started to host live shows on there. Then I found out that I enjoy, I'm a cinephile and I enjoy political commentary. So I just watch because you can get up anything like that. You can get news on TikTok, right? So if you follow some news channels, you get real updates on TikTok. So that's why I'm still there. I don't post anything on TikTok. I just watch on TikTok. So just to clarify, Spinner.
Yeah. That's not mine. We are the war on TikTok. We are the champion of TikTok.
I want Kenny. I want Kenny. They are the ones.
Okay. All right. So one man, you said they kind of they insult.
And one man too.
They insult you on TikTok. So why are you still there?
Because like with all social media spaces, there's a real hub of.
It's bigger. It's bigger. Yeah. It's a bigger space than it's and all this stuff.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure if it is or not, but there's a real hub of false narrative on our TikTok. It's a den of iniquitous mindsets that just spew propagandized narratives. So, and I find myself compelled to somewhat try to counter it.
Let me do this with one man. Spinner, it is less regular. It is less regulated compared to the other social media. So it's very liberal. You can say whatever you want to say without being banned or all this kind of like they do on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube. So I like to say foul things and
BT they can ban you too. They can even block your page.
No, Kenny, compared to other social media, it's more liberal than
TikTok is very strict. The other social media, I'm telling you that.
really.
They're very, very strict.
Not the ones that, not the people that I'm watching. Like, how are this one even posting this nonsense? How are they even allowed to? Well, anyway,
DT on TikTok, when you're doing your live program, you cannot have you can't open your chest or where you do
that
where
one
you don't
is,
wear shirt.
that one is
They'll
obvious.
block you.
Now. That one is obvious now. Not that one. I mean, like what you actually say. That level of ritual that people are spewed out there. What man knows what I'm saying? It's a
All right.
different. But anyways, yeah.
Okay, let us continue.
I think I understand what you're saying because even I've seen, you see, I think recently TikTok was in the news for the bad reasons, obviously. A lot of the big people on TikTok, they were complaining about TikTok limiting their reach, and they were live and they were not really live and all of that. So back and forth. And I think so many media house here in America, they did a lot of hosting of those people who were complaining and all of that. So I think TikTok is they are very inconsistent in the application of their rules. I mean, you said some people. I mean, somebody was saying you can't open your chest. I know. I've seen some. I don't. I mean, I don't have I don't have any presence there, but on YouTube here, I see some of their feeds come on my YouTube uh, on my YouTube here. So I see that a lot of women, they just say crap and they expose themselves. Even some of them almost half naked. So what are we talking about? So it's just that inconsistencies. That's also a lot of the big people that have presence on TikTok are complaining about. Some people are being marked for censorship and something like that, and some people have the liberty to do whatever. So I think I understand what you're saying, Baba T. And yeah, so let's go back to what we're talking about. I understand, woman. You see, my comment in the comment section was that now you can talk about this guy the way you're talking about. Well, I'm not surprised. I know where you lean. For me, we've said about this guy months and months ago, maybe like over a year ago, when we were debating here, what's the political value of this small guy from Kaduna. We were talking about it like where I was forced to like to agree with you guys back then that well maybe he doesn't really have any political value as such, but I think they see him as a threat. Tinubu sees this guy as a threat. Do I believe that this guy is clean? No, I do not believe that this guy is clean. In fact, he should have been prosecuted. He should have been bonded before the ICC and um, made to face the crimes that were done under him as a governor of Kaduna State. Is he guilty of the crime? They said he stole money. Well, if he is, prosecute him. What he said on channels, I think I'm forced to even agree with Kenny. I mean, I hate it. I hate to say I agree with Kenny, but I would just say I will admit that I agree with him. That is loose mouth. Yeah. Um, Rufai is very loose mouth. He can talk and he can say anything. Maybe because like his own very son too. I was listening to his son in one of this Twitter space. The arrogance and the Fulani arrogance that they have. That they are the most privileged um, ethnic group, or should I say sub-ethnic group in Nigeria, that they can do and undo, that you, being a Yoruba man or an honorary Igbo man, you don't have the kind of privilege that he has. I mean, I was like, what country are we running when that guy was talking? The average Fulani people, I know some of them, you can see some of their bandits, some of those, they are terrorists who goes on TikTok, and the way they act with impunity and this brazenness that which they act, I can tell you how an average Fulani sees himself in that country. And I know that that's what this guy plays on. That's why he goes on TV networks like Arise and will be spewing those crap. I mean, I hate to say I agree with you, the Agbados, but I would say, yeah, where I lean to on this matter. But the point is this: is that it's just the hypocrisy that I know that is so rife in this whole political thing, especially with Tinubu there. When this guy was in your camp, he never knew he was a thief. He stole money from. I bet you, if this guy was to still be in the APC, and maybe still have some. Maybe he never had that. He did not even move from APC, even though they did not give it the ministerial post, but he's still there. I bet you guys will not be prosecuting him.
I don't mind. Why do you think he failed that ministerial screening?
Well, let's not go over spill beans.
No. That would tell
we
you
don't
why
want to
he
go
left.
over that anymore because time will fail us. You and I know what happened. I mean, maybe as far as you know.
I don't know.
Well, he said it. I mean, you said in that very interview that he was always talking about Ribadu as being his antagonist. One person that is always that failed to cleared him. They said the DSS cleared him. At least that's what we heard. But Ribadu failed to clear him. Ribadu had to advise Tinubu not to allow him to be part of the government because this guy has some lots of skeleton in his cupboard, and which is true, which I believe, yeah. But it's just the hypocrisy that I see with Tinubu. Just the same one I see here with the one that is here in the White House. They call it in the White House here. I mean, what are we talking about? It's just governance these days. People have no shame anymore. Your Tinubu is always that kind of a person, right from time. As long as you are in his camp, you are good to go. You won't face any prosecution or whatever. But as soon look what we're talking about, the Okonwa, the white lion of what's it called? Kogi State. Where is that case today? Are they hounding them the way they're hounding this guy? It's just for me. It's just if you are consistent, do things consistently. If you are the same person,
are you saying they are wrong to go after El Rufai, or
don't misquote? I mean, don't miss. Do not say what I have not said. I'm only talking. I've said it here. I've used the word hypocrisy here several times here. And I'm like 3 times I've said it here. So what I was saying, I mean, you need to understand what I'm saying when I say hypocrisy. I'm not saying you should not prosecute it, but like I was about saying, you say pass on up in no yawo, no come up in no yali. The same way you treat that white lion of Kogi State, the one from what's it called? Even the one that is from Ekiti State, Clark Orukwe. I'm in pain. What's his name? Clark Orukwe. Fayoshe. Fayoshe had case because his own brother now is the head of EFCC. That one that they call him, that calls himself, was it Clark Orukwe? Now the guy now they died that case down. Are you telling me that Fayoshe is clean? Fayoshe, where we say Iliad, he went to when Baba Yabo went to go and see him. Baba Yabo was asking him, "Show I want to get you want Benny." He was asking him. So my infrastructure. You see, these are people that should be behind bars, but we never see them. But when somebody is in the political camp, your opposition, I say political in opposition, and you see them as a threat, the next thing is just to bring them down. He had to force what's his name, Okowas, to join APC because that's the only way. Because once we had what's his name, that club
Rational mind. Rational mind.
Yeah.
On that Fayoshe case you mentioned, you understand. The judgment has been concluded though. So
yeah, I want to conclude. It was only concluded now.
Hold on. EFCC said they will appeal. So I just want to tell you. So as of July last year, hold on now. Fayoshe came to the TV and said it on himself that case since that time, you understand. It was finalized July last year, and EFCC said they were going to appeal. So,
by the way,
I don't know.
Ola is saying this not because it's from Ekiti. I just want to say that.
Yeah, it's not from Ekiti. Yeah, I mean, because it be normal. I don't know that it's not from Ekiti. But let's just forget all this thing. We know our abortion law.
No, because
forget all this thing. We know.
No, see, rational mind.
Don't flow. Flow. Right. More understand. If those are they more understand. If you don't understand. But my point is this: is that. What I'm driving at is that you don't need to tell me. I mean, like we know when this one that is from Delta State, half a Delta guy, aviation minister, Festus. When Festus was there, when he was lead prosecuting the attorney for EFCC, do you know so many shenanigans that played out. That some people were leaking how to Just the same way they did this one from Abia State, from Uzo Kalu. They look for loopholes just to throw a case out of court, just to exonerate the criminals. Are you telling me that Uzo Kalu is not guilty of those crimes that the EFCC has against him? Some of within the EFCC, prosecuting attorneys within EFCC, they are moles. They will scuttle cases. They will look for loopholes so that case will just be rubbish in the courts. That was what happened in this guy's case. Forget all these things. We know how they flow. We know how it is. We know how it goes. Rather, that's what I meant to say. You see, the point is, what I'm trying to make is just being in Tinubu camp, like Adamu said, your sins are forgiven. When you join APC, your sins are forgiven. I bet you, if Nasiru was to still be in a camp with APC, when prosecuted by, not going to announce and we're prosecuting him, and the next thing, you hear it again. They will drag the case in court. But certainly because the guy, because you see, I once think this guy doesn't have any, maybe because Bubu is no longer anymore. Maybe he's trying to inherit Bubu's political capitals, and I think he's gradually posturing himself, because I don't see any northerner right now, because of the way Tinubu has played out politics in Nigeria now. It kind of has silenced so many northern big, maybe all of them are just waiting for 2031. Maybe that's why a lot of them are not really putting their weight, except for maybe Atiku that I see, because of his old age, he doesn't have that that energy, that political energy, or that energy to be able to go round and round and just win most northerners to himself. So my point is this: is just that, see, there's so much to say about this whole case, but my point is, if Nasiru is guilty of those things he said during that live TV interview, where he said they hacked or they tapped the phone call of the NSA, that's a breach of national security. Because if anybody maybe there are about 2-3 places that should be more secured in Nigeria: the office of the NSA, the presidency, and maybe the defense. Maybe central bank too should be more secured. That you cannot breach any of those things, because those are where our assets are when it comes to the security of that country. Because to tell you that if they can wiretap Ribadu, it tells you that when I say here that this Fulani is them, some of them, they are very inept, if not all of them. I don't see any of the leaders that are very that are competent. Put a Fulani there. It's all of them. It's just for them. It's just they want to have power, and when they get there, when they get that power, they don't know what to do with that power. I'm not saying that Southerners are better than them. Well, we all have everybody. From every ethnicity in that country. We have very inept, very incompetent leaders. Ribadu is one of them. That guy. Forget all those things that this guy was saying. Kenny was saying, yeah, he came to Washington D.C. here. He was able to convince the defense secretary here, whatever they call the guy. I mean, keep a big asset. He was able to convince him, and forget that thing back bikini. It's all about lobbyists. You know how much they paid? They paid 9 million, maybe more than that. They were lobbyists just to get all this audience with Trump and his defense secretary of war. So my point is that we know what went on.
Tell you? You know, if they were able to convince your president, so what does that tell you?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
If the lobbyists were able to convince your president and your politicians in the United States of America, what does that tell you?
It tells me that they are corrupt too, like them.
Okay, thank you.
It's all about corruption. We know how it is here with them too. We know that the Trump administration here, it's all about pay your way in. I mean, he's having a lot going on with the Emiratis now and the Qataris. We know what is going on. So let's just leave that. We don't want to talk about US politics here. We're talking about Nigerian politics. So my point is this: is that we know that guy is inept. Ribadu is the most inept NSA I've ever seen in that history, just like his own boss too, who's from the what they call himself master strategist. Very incompetent. How can somebody hack you? If any place is so secure in Nigeria, NSA should be one of those places. And I wonder, who are these people that are able to hack him? Are they foreign espionage group of people that are doing that. Because in the age that we live now,
2 more minutes, Rational. 2 more minutes.
In the age we live now, espionage is a big thing. It's what they call diplomatic hacking. In fact, it's a course, it's a discipline of its own. It's on big universities here in America. Ethical hacking in diplomacy. Everybody wants to know what his own rival is doing. What is their diplomatic posture, so that they can know how to counter them when they come to the table. When we have buffoons, group of buffoons like the one that is in our Aso Rock there, and the one that is called the NSA, they hack you. How can that be? I want to believe it's just lying. Maybe maybe he has an inside person that is giving them details and giving them what is within Tinubu's organization already, that they were being hacked. But if that is the case, that they were able to hack the phone of the NSA guy, forget it. It means we are cooked in that country called Nigeria. And you wonder why a lot of the times they say they want to go and smoke out some of these Boko Harams or even the bandits in their forest. They cannot do that. Those people already get tipping. They get a heads up already, and then they move out of the area, and then the Nigerian army go there. They just meet empty people there. So, in conclusion, one man, I just want to say this real quick. You see, I've said this. If we have to defeat these bandits in our forest, we have to go back to what Akeredolu said. I don't know why the Nigerian government. Am I surprised? I was listening to one guy when he was talking about he worked for Interpol. We have database of cars and stolen cars and everything, and Nigeria doesn't use it. We recruit our law enforcement agents. We don't do background check on them. Now, what am I trying to say here is that Akeredolu once said, if you have to live in a forest, you have to register. We have to know who you are. Can they do that? Because this thing is a very serious matter. In the whole of Southwest now, we have these people in our forest. Who are they? I tell you, if I live from this my little city here, I go to another little small town, I have to register. They have to know me. I have to obtain a driver's license. Every state you have to have an ID. They will ID you to know that you're a resident of that state. So I think Nigerian government needs to look into that. You wonder why the US government doesn't want to have anything to do with us. They restrict our people from coming down here to apply for visas because we don't have good database. Don't even know who are Nigerians. Anybody can just throw in and obtain our citizenship and claim to be a Nigerian. Come and leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Ola is up next. You guys coordinate the conversation amongst yourself. I'm still somewhat here in the background, but I'm not fully with you as you may have guessed already. Ola, and then rational comparable facts, Isaac, and then Charlie Boy. So Ola, floor is yours.
Okay. My own contribution is so straightforward. So on this Rufai things, and I think where the government is disappointing is simply because a case like this, they are taking it with levity. I think they are not being serious enough, because if they are serious enough, this is a kind of case that nobody should pardon, and the government should see to finalizing everything, because I'm not looking at from the acquisition of bugging the NSA phone only. You understand? I know that in Nigeria anything goes. So, because at this point, it's not only, I even expect the security agency already to be on, not only on Ribadu, whether someone installed something on his phone or whatever, or maybe someone managed to tap from his phone. And one of those things I'm actually expecting in such a way that by now they should be on the telecommunication companies, you understand, to start to kick them to start doing audits to see if there's anybody that is complicit within. Because you see, if what Rufai said was true, so we now know why one of the reasons why the troop would plan to for a war against terrorists And before you know, the terrorists, they've already prepared, they've already put mine before the troop got to that place. You know, there was a time in that country, if I remember very well, under Buhari, that these terrorists were bold enough to even down a military aircraft. So, and those are the kind of insecurity we want to we want to stop and don't want to joke with, because things like that, if care is not taken, can even live with the country for century. So, and we don't want that situation. So, I think if truly Rufai was actually guilty of this, there's nothing. See, let me tell you one thing. If the supporter would like, let them go and block the Atlantic Ocean, stay on the Atlantic Ocean. This guy should be just be make a good example of how not to talk uselessly. You know, then accusing the national security of thallium surface is one thing, but you know how scary that kind of accusation could be if it wasn't true. Number one, you know, all those things about. I will tell you, even despite the fact that some of us even did chemistry right in secondary school, believe me, many of us were not aware that they were even using that kind of thing for such kind of a heinous crime. But now, when people talk carelessly, you know, we have terrorism issue in that country already. You are updating by the way this guy talk carelessly. I'm not saying all those terrorists are not aware, but then it's as good as you are updating terrorists on even another approach they can even use to attack the country. You know, so that's why that when someone a mouth is like a tap, you know, you have to teach that person some kind of lesson that the person will have to remember forever, especially if that allegation was not true. So El-Rufai is a security risk for that country, irrespective of whatever anybody might say, whether they are playing this victim card of Ribadu being in his case, all those stuff. The guys should just shut up, because it's too loose, and we know what he did in Southern Kaduna. So everybody knew what he did in Southern Kaduna. The peace, even though you know the insecurity that predate El-Rufai as the governor of Kaduna State, was looking like an absolute peace compared to what this evil shot devil did in that Kaduna. And the guy asked every, even if Nigeria was a country whereby people are really accountable, a person like him, should just be a common inmate somewhere, and but at Nigeria, I can guarantee you that nothing will come out of this case, because they've turned the entire government in Nigeria to Nollywood scene. You understand? I do expect, because it's going to be a news for me if anything happened, and so that's just my position on that. They should make this guy a scapegoat. It should be a scapegoat. It's an unfortunate situation. You confess to paying terrorists. You understand? Saying that just giving excuse that you are trying to protect life and property, and just a few years later you come and change everything. And it is unfortunate that these politicians, though they get away with so many things, but it's looking like this is the first time they are not really going to get away. Because how do I mean? Look at his twins brother, even though not as evil as him, you understand, like Amechi. Look at how he was openly lying shamelessly to people. You understand that, they are postponing tax, they are doing something. So when you do all these dangerous things just in the name of politics, I think that's a red flag.
What did he lie? What lie did he lie there? Give us an example of what is a lie.
So what I mean, okay. Amechi said that they postponed tax implementation to 2027. You understand that Tinubu is not implementing that thing now. So basically, he was just telling them that they postponed this tax. So if you vote Tinubu, you understand, then it's bringing that in 2027. So basically, don't vote for him so that they won't bring it. How will you see? Let me tell you one thing. That alone is a red flag that these your politician, we used to think that these people, they had brain. It seems as if they have zero brain cell. Because this is so glaring, you understand? The workers end last year, last month, they knew, they are all aware of what they earn. You understand? As so far, only person that told me that is that his wages reduced by, that his tax increased by like about 130,000. Yeah, because that guy is earning like net close to 1.5 million every month. So
Allah,
basically,
they are desperate. They are desperate. That's why they're
understand?
lying to people.
So basically, the guy that was telling me was earning like
3 more minutes, Ola, 3 more minutes, and then we go on to comparable facts.
okay. So basically, the guy that was telling me, you understand, was earning like average of a net of 18 million in a year, which makes sense in the recent. But other than that, government workers, lecturers, and all those stuff, you understand, they've all called back that actually the thing increased. The excuse they are giving here, but the value of the money is not the same. That's the new excuse they give. But the question is your take home has increased. But you now see someone that call himself your governor and someone that intends to preside over the affairs of the country, lying to you. You understand? Good governance start from sincerity, start from honesty and openness, not you lying to start with. So,
well, you don't really
what
say
Kenny
anything,
said,
but I'd like to take you on that, but you've not said anything as to how did he specifically lie? Okay, no, because he said 3 minutes. I want you and I to debate that maybe at some point. But it's okay.
No, someone said
hold on. After everybody has spoken, you can go back to it. But what Rotimi Amici actually said, I have the clip somewhere. He went on the storms and he said to the audience that if I bought something, building materials from you for 100 million naira, that the government will take 25% of it when they introduce the tax bill after the elections. That was what he said. He said it on, which is a lie. One, the tax bill has been introduced, and two, those are not the margins. So it's just some alarmist something. It clearly doesn't understand it, but more probably the case is just telling lies. But Ola, back to you.
I think tax is even waived on building materials. You understand? So now, that's it. That's the danger. Then before I conclude, like what Kenny said the other time, Kenny, I bet take it easy. Make a AY come before you go talk. You know me, I don't systematically accuse AY too. That's all the while you'll be talking to. You two, you've been a politician, you've been an extremist. It's only that sometimes we have our way with what we appear to be. You understand? We appear to be decent, but when you touch some kind of people's religion, that is when you know exactly who they are. So so let's wait till Kenny comes, till AY comes, so we can talk to him that time. So let's just leave him there.
I understand, my brother. You're just people to listen to. That's just the thing,
so,
you know. I mean,
let the next person just take over. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Ola. Stay with us, Ola. We go on from Ola to comparable facts. On our way to comparable facts, the elusive 10 new subscribers are still not showing up. Every single person listening to us now should be subscribed. So if you haven't subscribed already, please do. We are after 10 new subscribers minimum before the end of this session. So pause for that moment and press the red subscribe to turn it to gray. Comparable facts. Good to have you.
Greeting everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on. Keep talking.
I can hear you.
Yeah, greeting everybody.
Carry on.
Greeting everybody. It's a very interesting topic. I'm going to talk about the Rufai, but let me begin about the situation we have in Nigeria. Yeah, when you have, when you have a country that the policy of Nigerian government just resemble a tyranny rather than a democracy. So this is what you get. I mean, it's never a doubt about where we are in a country. We can come here, rejoice or criticize with our own opinion. It doesn't really matter. I mean, and you have a party, that just rule by hegemony, nothing, they just want to be, autocracy. This is, you make everything, everything bastardized. Am I a supporter of El-Rufai? No. We know the atrocity he committed when he was in government. But what he said was unbecoming. He's very bold and very, very outspoken in his way of speaking. He has no right to say what he said. I mean, in my own opinion, what he said is treason. He need to prove it. And you can't tap a government, I'm claiming that the government, I think he claimed that the government is using a certain kind of powder. I've forgotten the name of the powder, that could be very poisonous, to kill him. I don't know where he got that. So he should be charged. It doesn't matter who he is. He should be brought, he should be brought to court and be charged. That's the way I look at it. The man always be speaking nonsense, but I'm still wondering if anybody had the file, please can you lecture me? What actually transpired? Why he wasn't nominated? What went wrong between him and Tinubu? Can you tell me before what they are right now?
Security.
Yes.
Let me tell you.
Okay,
this is sorry, woman. This is the reason why it was denied, because of this kind of open confession. Nobody can deny that he was online himself. He put gun on his head, and he's opened his mouth and confessed everything he's been doing. And these are the things that it's not open to public. That's why they deny him access to that. I mean to that.
All right. Let me give him the actual reasons. Whenever somebody is nominated for any position, they send their name to the Senate, and then the Senate send their name to the security agencies for vetting to approve, so that they can then approve for the presidency. So when they sent El-Rufai's name to the Senate as a nominee for a ministerial post, the security came back. The security report came back in the negative, that it's not suited. So it was actually, and that's why he has this problem with Nuhu Ribadu, because Nuhu Ribadu is the NSA at that time. But the security report came back that he's not suitable for the post, and that was why they rejected him. Tinubu was already, he was meant to be the Minister of Power, but the security report cautioned the government not to have him.
Well, Tinubu can override it now, isn't it? Can override it? He's the president.
It depends on the content of that security report now.
Oh, come on, woman, say me that.
Come on now. Even you have to concede that now. No, well, it has to be egregious to the level that.
No, I think Tinubu is in on it. Himself is in on it. He just wants to. Yeah, it's okay.
Rational mind, what are you saying now? What are you saying now? They said something about insecurity.
No, don't give me that. I mean, are you telling me? Okay, what about Matawale? Why didn't the security report talk about Matawale?
No, now.
If anybody should be on the list of...
Do you have a security report on Matawale, Rational Mind?
Come on.
Anecdotal, dislike.
Woman, let's ask Rational Mind. With this convention that you listen to yourself, can you openly, in your heart of heart, to say that you should work with the government?
I've not said that they should work with the government. My point is
what are you asking?
Hypocrisy. That's what I'm saying. If you're not,
how can you call that hypocrisy? Western Mind.
Your Asuwaju is a hypocrite.
Oh,
so
anyway.
Incompetent buffoon like the other people.
Okay, why will you Tinubu to override when his national security advisor says otherwise? You have to look at that. So now you appointed someone to be your security at home. He said, Oga, this your friend, he not like you. Let him do away from you. You now override. So you need to consider the consequences too.
All right. All right, back to your comparable facts. And we're still after those 10 elusive new subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. So hopefully that answers your question. Back to your comparable facts.
Yeah, I have, like I said, I have an issue with El-Rufai being, because in my own opinion, that's a criminal charge. Those are very serious offense, if you look at the cyber art carry, that probably carry a prison term and fine for unlawful interception of communication. You can't just come and make such an alteration, That's nothing you have to prove. The burden of proof is on you to prove that I'm not a lawyer, but you have to prove, that the government want to poison you, whatever, and claiming that you tap their phone. That's how I'm looking at it. This is what Nigeria has become. I mean, it doesn't make any sense for you to make such an alteration, and you need to, you need to honor the invitation to the National Assembly and go there, and give his definitely prove what what he said. I mean, I'm against him as far as I'm not a fan of the federal government where we are right now in that country. I mean, look at what's happening in National Assembly today. I mean, they're just writing the law. They don't want to publicly do the election, the electronic reform. But anyway, that's a topic for another day. It's about Rufai, and look at what happened when he came. I think he came from Egypt or wherever he came. Look at the shambles that happened at the airport. I mean, we just behaving like uncivilized people. So my problem is that the DSS, do they have a warrant to arrest him? I mean, why didn't they get any kind of evidence that something like that was going to happen? They should have.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, comparable facts. But what is actually emerging is that they don't actually need a warrant to arrest him in a criminal matter, and they didn't even seek to arrest him. They only went there to seize his passport, which they succeeded in doing.
Well, I'm even more appalled.
But that wasn't the case. Why are you giving this kind of story?
What transpired at our international airport? That shouldn't have happened. The DSS should have had an intel that something like that was going to happen. They could have stopped them before they get there. It's all over the news, all over the world right now.
Man of prestige. That's not even the case.
What is the case?
Hold on. Did you see what woman said there? Right there. That's another thing. That's the Tinubu camp kind of narrative that they wanted to seize his passport. No, they wanted to.
That was what the DSS said.
No, that's what they ended up. That was what they ended up doing.
But they never said they wanted to arrest him. Now it was El Rufai that said they wanted to arrest him.
No.
The DSS never said they wanted to arrest him.
No.
It was El Rufai that said they wanted to arrest him.
So what are we going to believe?
El Rufai
we should believe the DSS now, right?
Well, we have to believe Obasanjo, who told us that El Rufai is a pathological liar.
Well, one man in that clip, the guy was clearly telling Rufai that he should work with them. What are we talking about?
Hold on, sir. Rational mind. If they want to actually arrest him, yeah, you will not get to that front page, front desk where public can see him and say what they say. They will arrest him from the back door. That nobody will see him. As he's coming out from as he's coming out from the plane. Listen, as he's coming out from the plane, from there, that's where they will arrest him. So all those public you see that say it's our guy, they will not have access to that. To that area. But from there, it's gone. So they have no intention of arresting him.
Whether they did it at the airplane site or they did it inside of the airport, it was clear. Their mission was clear to get him at the airport.
Okay, regardless, so at least it's with them. It's with them. This is his passport. Not anybody can do about that. Thank you.
All right. Let rational comparable fact have 5 minutes, and then we'll move it around. Isaac, Joel of Nashville, and then Charlie Boy. Back to you, comparable fact.
Thank you very much, one man. I'm not going to analyze very much about what actually happened. Everybody has spoken, so I don't want to repeat what everybody said. But I'm looking at it from a broader political implication in Nigeria. I look at it as the elite power struggle and the hypocrisy about our present government, their hegemony. They are trying to propel all over the country because you have a lot of, I think, in my opinion, regardless of how I feel about Rufai, that he should answer for his whatever he did. That's the way I look at it, but it's very, very much selective. If you look at what's actually happening in Nigeria, you have Yahya Bello there. I mean, nothing is happening. He wants to contest for the senators. So it's just the selective, partial, I mean, everybody should be held accountable. That's how I look at it. Or that notwithstanding, I'm looking at it from a broader political implication. Because the situation right now may reflect, internal tension within Nigeria political elite, especially the northern politicians. Like
Kenny, take charge for a moment. Sorry. Hold on. Kenny, take charge and move it around after comparable facts.
So I'm looking like
okay, no problem, boss.
APC feel like they are losing the
Where's
north.
Ola?
So that's why they're moving towards the south right now. They already captured the southwest, so they're looking toward the south and southeast. The so-called city boys and the village boys, and
Don't change. Let's stay with topic, please. Let's stay with topic.
Let him say now.
We are not talking about city boy for now. We are focusing on. We are focusing on Rufai.
He can talk. He can speak on any issue that he wants to speak
No,
about.
no. After everybody speak round, they can go to anywhere.
No, you can't control. You can't control his thought. Let him talk. Let him speak, please.
Listen, I'm.
Here. You try to tell somebody what to speak, and this platform is not yours.
Listen, I'm moderating, okay, and we have a topic.
No, don't bring that about your. Don't bring that about your style of.
Joe of Nasri, please mute yourself.
All right.
Joe of Nasri, please mute yourself, please.
You cannot be an Ababio here.
Joe of Nasri, don't make it rowdy, please. I beg you, the name of God.
You cannot be an Ababio here, please.
Joe of Nasri, I beg you. Joe of Nasri, please don't make it rowdy. See, we are all. Let's be civil. I'm not an army. I'm not a dictator. I'm just saying that, please, guys, let's speak about the topic. After that, we cannot go in whatever you want to say. I don't think that's too hard for me to ask. All right, that's what I'm just saying. I'm not saying we cannot talk about any other topic, but everybody's going to have for 5 minutes.
He does not have enough knowledge on that stuff, and some people here helped him. Now he wants to delve into a topic that he has no knowledge in.
No. Okay, I will not allow that. I would rather pass the mic to somebody else. If he finishes with the topic, then somebody else can speak. All right, that's my decision.
Oga Kenny, just let him flow, and then let him flow. I understand you want to stay on topic, but let him just flow. Use his time. One man says, I think 3 more minutes or 5 more minutes. Let him just flow.
Okay, now, okay. My specific, you have your 3 minutes. Please continue, please. No interjection, please. Thank you. My prestige. Compatible parts. Yeah.
I don't have that much to say. I just want to listen. So, I will talk later about it.
Okay. Anyway, thank you very much for your submission. Joe of Nasri, you're next, please. You got your 5 minutes now, please speak.
Thank you very much, Joel of Nashville. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. I think on this one, I have to put a face to it. The issue of Rufai is a sad one. And I say it's a sad one not because I'm in support of what he has done or what he said in the past, but because of the single fact that it happens to be that if you're in APC, that your sins are forgiven. There's a trend. And whether we like it or not, it is the situation that we find ourselves today. It's an unfortunate situation. A year to the election. Today they said that he was being held for tapping the phone of Ribad, right? Is that the reason why? Because I saw something like that.
No, I think he said he has EFCC case. After then, EFCC is holding him now, and then after then, I think DSS is holding. Already filed a case.
The Ribadu case.
No. This is what happened. The state that it came from, that they won't file the case of fraud against him, not the federal.
Okay.
It's the state.
What about the issue of tapping?
That tapping. They've charged him to court in regard to that.
Okay, all right. So the reason why I'm talking about this is that how many of us remember the Yes Daddy conversation that went on, whether true or false? Somebody did that tapping. Who went to jail for that?
But nobody pressed a charge.
Look, hold on, please. This is the thing. In Nigeria, we must tell ourselves the truth. Because Nigeria is getting to a boiling point. Tinubu cannot continue to hold us to ransom. He cannot. He cannot. If somebody commits a crime, let the person go through the normal court proceedings.
So what are they doing?
The right procedure. Hold on, please.
So what are they doing now? What are they doing now?
Hold on. There should not be a situation whereby if I go into APC, my sins are forgiven.
But that's not the case right now, my brother.
But that's the case that we have today.
No, that's not, okay, how is it the case?
Akpabio is the Senate president, and Akpabio has corruption cases against him, and he's the number 3 man in Nigeria. We have the case of the former governor of Kogi State.
Is it his name?
Right?
Yeah, below. Is it not in court? Is it not in court?
Which court?
Is Yabelo not in court? Is Yabelo not in court?
Which court? Where did you see that? Look, let me tell you something. Hold on, please. Hold on. Let me tell you. We have barrage of them in APC today that are very, very corrupt. And in the words of Adams of Shomole, if you come into APC, your sins are forgiven.
My brother, please, hold on, sir. Hold on, no. Listen, no, hold on, sir, please. I beg you, in the name of God, yeah? I'm not saying you should not be partisan. Don't insult our knowledge or our intelligence. No, hold on, sir. Hold on. No. Listen, my brother. See,
National Mind, please. National Mind.
Hold on, sir. National Mind. George Nasri, I don't mean to interrupt you, but National Mind is here. See, all of us will listen to the confession of Rufai on national TV. They did not put gun into his head. And I just told you now that the case of ESCC is not from federal. It's from his own state, a governor that he installed by himself. So I don't want us to say, what about? Let's face the reality and let's talk about the issue.
What is going on. You might want to feign ignorance, and that is your right. But we all know what is going on in Nigeria today. Now, let me delve into another topic.
You got 3 minutes more.
People have been talking about it. It's still within my time. I don't want to waste my time on the issue of Rufai. I just think that the normal court procedure should be followed and not this kangaroo kind of justice that we are seeing today. The city boys versus the city boy and the versus the obedience. And
please. We're not talking about city boy right now. No, we're not talking about that now, please. No, I will not allow that. I will not allow that.
My
please.
Time. It is my time.
No, it's not about your time. No, last time I know.
You can't tell me what to do with my time. What's your
problem? We have a topic.
What is the topic?
No. Look, when women come back, you can do that. Hold on.
You cannot control me.
When women come back, you can do that. No, we have a topic.
You cannot.
We are not talking about city boy right now. We're going to talk about that later.
That's how you do it. No. Look, let me tell you something. If you were paid,
Joe of Nasri.
We are all here.
Joe of Nasri.
You cannot.
No, listen.
No, you cannot.
I'm not saying. Listen, I don't want to remove you. I'm not saying you cannot speak your mind. Listen, no, hold on. If you don't, let me go to the next speaker. If you are done with Rufai, no. If you're done with Rufai, listen.
Now leave me to talk.
That's not my place. Help me here.
Leave me to talk.
That's not my.
The issue then I'm trying to help you. That was why I said let him. You said 3 more minutes now. Let him use 3 minutes to talk whatever he wants to say, and then you move on. Just let him, please.
Those people that are bent on aligning with the oppressors of Nigeria, even when the people are the one patronizing them. On this show, I told one man, and I told a whole lot of you Abadorians, especially that one they call the loquacious enigmatic. I told you guys on this show that Tinubu should focus on the people. You still have 30 governors today, over 30 governors, because the shitty professor we have in Anambra State is supporting him. You have over 31 governors, and you are still bent on not giving us a free and fair, credible election. It's a shame. And now you want to bring in the city boys? Who are the city boys? Who are they? You're clowning yourself, President Tinubu. You're clowning yourself. Give us a free and fair election. That's all we need. All these guys you have, they have no political relevance in Southeast.
2 more minutes.
I said it on this show. I said that all these people, whether you go to Hopus or Dema or Mahi, and these guys are not fit to untie the shoes of Obi in the Southeast. I said it. Work for the people, and the people will end their votes. Not even the release of Nnamdi Kanu today, as we speak, will make Tinubu beat Obi in the Southeast. How long has he been in jail? 3 years?
1 more minute.
So you want to bring it? You want to bring him out now to do what? To buy who? To buy your ass? Look, let me just say it, and let us get it clear. These city boys, Agboros that we have today, these ones we call city boys, it does not matter who they are. We have made our point. In the Southeast, they know they have nothing to offer. So
30 more seconds, please.
keep
30 more seconds, please.
In that euphoria, it does not matter to us. As long as we're concerned, that dot, Tinubu will need that dot more than he needs oxygen in 2027. You know what the reason behind me telling you guys that work for the people rather than aligning with these oppressors, these idiots that don't know what they're doing with their lives. Thank you very much. And I'm slowly.
All right, thank you. One more, please. 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir, please.
Sorry, just hold on. Hold on. I want to encourage every single person that is listening to us now. If you are not subscribed, use this window to subscribe. It's very, very important. It helps us with the YouTube algorithm. And if it doesn't take anything away from you to subscribe, then just do it. You know, we need a minimum of 10. We've had, you know, in people coming and going, we've had in excess of 15,000 people interact with the session. So 10 new subscribers should not be, maybe some people just flit through, some people stay, but we need 10 new subscribers. So do that now. Ask your question, Kenny, and then I wanted to ask a question of Joel as well. Isaac has still not spoken.
Yeah, thank you, Woman. See, it's not a question. I just want to say something really quick. When you left, Woman, this is one of the reasons why we don't follow the rule of law in Nigeria. And it's a sample of what happened just now on this platform. We blame the government. We say a lot of things against the government because we have rules, we have law, but we don't follow it. One man wants to know, we have a topic on this platform, right? And you said we should speak to topic. I already asked a simple thing, please speak to topic. If you finish, after everybody has spoken, we can go in whatever you want to talk about. The adversary go where he sees that I want to talk about what topic is reading his head that I want to talk about. You know what I mean? So we should just respect ourselves and follow whatever we need to follow and whatever the rule, the platform. I mean, the platform is not for me, it's for one man. He said we have a topic, we should speak to Rufai. I'm not saying we should not talk about any other topic. All what I said is let everybody speak round. When we finish going round, then we can open it up to other topic. That's what I said. But you insist because you have something in your head. Continue, sir. Thank you.
All right, my question for Joel. So this movement, I'm not quite sure what it is. Is this city boy or shitty boy? Which one is it? Is this city boy or shitty boy? This
I wouldn't want to be caught. I wouldn't want to be caught in the gender wahala of the Gen Zs, you know. But I think they are just city Agboros. It does not.
Yes,
it
but
does not get any better.
No, that's not my question. Is this city 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 boys, or is this shitty boys SHITTY? Which one is it? City
Two
or
things
shitty
can be right at
boys?
the same time, but I can say shitty boys. Does that make you happy?
All right, the shitty voice of Sheite Novo, there it is right there. That rings a lot better. The shitty voice. of Sheyi Tinubu.
But one man, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Of course, carry on. But Isaac is still waiting. But carry on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Isaac, please. One man, real quick. So, have you seen the poster of Tinubu, his vice, and then maybe Obi Kubana, and then one of the Kubanas, and then the Sheyi's pictures? So, what does that tell you? What's going on? Is Sheyi having any political office? Or what's going on?
No, that's exactly what Adjoa was talking about. Sheyi is running a movement called the City Boy Movement, and is recruiting the young and funkies, the influencers within the Nigerian landscape. It's gone to the east at the moment, and it swept them all up. Kubana Chief Priest, Kenzo, Obi Kubana, all of the banners and whatnot, all of these Odogu, whatnot, all of them now. In fact, they started buying buses and they started campaigning. So that's his own contribution to his father's re-election, the City Boy movement. Sheyi Tinubu.
But one man. I also think that dude has a political ambition, and that this
it's going to be the governor of Lagos State now, either 2027 or 2031. Nothing can stop that now.
Nothing will stop it unless the obedience do. But let's keep it going.
Just like the Bush family in America, the Tinubu hegemony, they take full ownership.
I beg you, save me that BS of Bush. What Bush family? What are you doing? What are you guys doing? What are you people doing?
Is that not what the Bush are doing with the American presidency?
How many of the Bushes? How many of the Bushes?
We have Jed, who is the governor of California. We have another one who is a governor somewhere. They've given us 2 presidents. So America belongs to the Bush family, just like Lagos State belongs to the Tinubus.
It's okay.
One man. You're right, partially right. It was Florida. I think Florida and one other state. But Trump has retired all those guys. You see, that's what we want in Nigeria too. We need someone that will come in and flush out all these old heads. Trump has flushed out all of them. The Bush family, all the Kane and all those people. You don't.
As Trump retired the Obamas are still living rent free in his head.
I'm talking about Republicans. All those Reynolds have been chased out. Which one do you see in the Republican?
You know one thing. You know one thing about your own Joel is this. I'm really happy that your solution is not what we have in Nigeria today, because if you are looking at Trump as the Messiah after Jesus Christ, then it simply means that what you are thinking about our country would have even made our country worse today through your candidate you are presenting in Obi. Now,
what's your alternative? What's your alternative to Trump?
Hold on now. Look at your Trump you are talking about.
No, add to what you're saying, right? No, add to what you're saying, right? Give me your alternative to Trump.
Hold on. The Trump you are talking about a severe relationship with even a century long partner in Canada. You know, he increased the tariff just to now realize that we depend on Canada for critical materials for producing military equipment. It was that time that the guy now realized that, oh my goodness, what have I done? China is no longer selling materials to help the United States in the area of rare earth mineral. You went against Canada too, and Canada now is moving towards China. You know, the Canadian now cannot travel to China now without visa. You understand? Now we now have stronger relationship with United Kingdom. We are having we may even have stronger relationship with Russia. Now, if you have ever done marketing before, you know, cost of maintaining, cost of bringing a lost customer back is, if you ever got them back, is always almost times 10 of what you used to have before. So the relationship you lost with Canada today, you are not really going to understand. You will start biting America maybe in like a decade upward. So if that kind of solution is what you are suggesting for Nigeria, oh my goodness, then it's like we don't really know the solution to the problem of Nigeria. So I'm surprised that Trump.
The
not suggested any solution. I don't know where
he's not suggested
this.
anything. The problem most of you have is this, right?
No,
You
there's
do
no
not
problem.
nothing to create imbalance.
Woman, can you allow Isaac to speak, please?
No,
The way
Isaac
he
can
says.
come if you want to come, but we are not stopping him.
No. You know, Isaac would not push his way in.
Let him speak now.
Yeah. So floor is yours, Isaac. On our way to Isaac, those elusive 10 subscribers were still after you. So maybe I try a different way. If you subscribe now, you get 1,000 virgins in Al-Jannah when you die. 1,000 virgins for you if you subscribe now. The next 10 people that subscribes, they'll get 1,000 virgins when they get to heaven. How about that? And people can also follow the example of Choma and super chats towards the stream. But if you don't feel inclined, then don't push yourself. But especially push yourself to like and subscribe. 10 new subscribers, and you get 1,000 virgin each. Isaac, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Roman. You see, Wama will always solicit for new subscribers, and then we all listen daily. He shouts, plead, beg, and all method that he want to use. Now he's presenting some form of virgin. By the time you get to the other side of this world and all that. And I see, like, I'm going to make my promise by the grace of God this evening. I'm going to step out maybe in another 30 minutes from now. I think these subscribers we are always, talking about or searching for to this one man's went to moon. Is it that hard? I just, like today, I just say, okay, let me think about this. What if I go out and then meet, because I have some friends, I have a lot of them there. I'll just go there, pick up their phones, log into YouTube. I want you to correct me if I'm wrong about it. I'll pick up their phones. They are all on YouTube. They are all on Facebook. I'll go to YouTube, open one more page where I see subscribe. If it's still black or gray, I'll ask him to pitch on it, even if he's not a friend of this platform, even if he has never heard of One Man Went to Moon. But I have friends that I can influence. I ask them to pick on the subscribe button, and I believe I'll be able to get like 4, 5, 6 this evening if I go out. And
all right, do that. But you know what the real issue is? We all know what the real issue is. This platform does not buy into the obedient bullshit, and we mock Peter Obi routinely. And the Obi space is the strongest presence on Nigeria political social media. Everybody else is watching Nollywood, going to pastor to go and do what God cannot do and all that. But the obedient space, they're the most active politically, and they detest us. They hate us with the some of them even subscribe and then unsubscribe after the show.
Okay.
Yeah. That's really what it is.
Yeah, I think we're not going to shy away from that. Those of us who really love this platform, whether obedient, whether whatever, agbados, or whatever you call them, whether those staying neutral, whatever, as long as I know that this platform is a blessing, is knowledgeable, whether you subscribe or unsubscribe, whether you call yourself obedient, whatever, it's only somebody that have no sense, the insensible ones that will say this platform is a mess. For me, this platform is one of the best compared to others, where people come and log in and StreamYard and all that, listen. Even if you are not contributing, you just listen at the background. It's enjoyable. There are some platforms that you can't even bear it. You just be annoyed when they talk. You don't even know what they are saying. Even here in one man's platform, even right here, you hear some people, you don't even know what they are saying. When they are talking, you'll be annoyed. Like you don't even know where they are going, where they are coming from.
Leave rational mind alone now. What has it
No,
done to
I'm
you?
not talking to rational man. I'm not talking to. I'm not referring to rational man. I'm referring to nobody. But I know that there are people here also that when they talk, you just be like angry. Like, what are you saying now? What do you want us to know now? Like you'll be asking yourself so many questions. Like, what is happening? What are you saying? What I don't. You like, even though you are not saying it, and you like, I can't understand you. I don't even know what you are saying. Please, I don't know what you are saying. There are a lot of them here also. And then the good thing about the platform, they are here, others are here, and others are here. Different species. They are all here. And that makes this platform unique. So why wouldn't you say, oh, this platform deserves subscribers? So those are for you who are not
let Moko move on. We don't hear you.
Isaac.
Moko move on, okay?
Isaac. Now
Yeah.
one man they done himself for. See, no, joke apart. What Isaac is talking is serious. Now one man they done himself. Let me tell you one thing. If I were one man,
so this guy can change the topic and does not speak to this thing. And
hold on.
What's his name? The moderator will just shut up. Huh?
No.
You see these people will get on this show.
No,
That's
Joel,
the reason.
this is totally different.
No,
Yeah, it's canvassing
It's
for
part of it.
subscribers now, so that benefits the platform.
Hold on. If I were one man,
but you're right. So after Ola, we go back to topic. Yeah, go
I will
Ola.
split the program into two content. One will be premium, and it will be for subscriber only. Then they'll show free people that cannot even subscribe. They can go on their own. See, one man, I'm not telling you, I'm not trying to patronize you. I know for sure some people listening to content here, by the time they release their content, I compare. I said, didn't we discuss this thing yesterday? And yes,
Ola, I didn't even want to break you up. Not even to pat anybody on the back, but you know, all of the best talents came out of this platform. Most of them still are. That's one, and all of the innovations in the space comes out of this platform. And we've got several other ideas that we're going to roll out, but we'll roll them out. We need to hit them targets, and then we start to roll out some. You've seen some really funky things about you know. Well, maybe we start to. I'll be speaking to you offline a lot more, actually, Ola, because there are plans, a lot of big plans, but you see them flesh out. There's anyway, let me not say it publicly because people tend to still have their ideas.
That'd be nice. Yeah. We can talk offline. Yeah, we can talk offline. Yeah, let's continue.
So can I just okay, Rufai on his way back from Egypt landed at the Murtala Mohammed Airport or the Abuja Airport, wherever, and then intercepted by the DSS or EFCC or whatever, claiming that they want to target his passport, and that's all they fed us with. Actually, that's what we should believe. But the truth about Rufai, you see, he came and his passport was targeted. Now, what we should believe, this is what we should believe. We should believe that his trip to Egypt took the authority unaware. So when they had the information of his coming back, they saw it as a very good opportunity for them to just welcome him right there at the airport so he can hand his passport over, which they did, which is an applause to the authorities. Apart from Rufai, some other northern elites, northern politicians is being targeted as we speak. If you don't know, I want you to know that. The problem of Nigeria, like I always say, is the northerners and partly the southeast when we come talking about how the country is secured, whether it is secured, whether it's not secured. Are we afraid to go to the northern space? Yes, we are afraid. Kaduna Express Road, whatever express road leading to the north, when you are traveling along that space, you just have to, in fact, wheel your wheel before you go on that journey, because you don't even know if you come back. Are you going to the southeast? Now it's not as porous as it were. Is it the southeast? The same story, but more dangerously is the northern space, more dangerous than the eastern state in our country. So the target right now actually is the northern space. So I think that is what is happening, and that is what we should believe. And I want to say that personally, I'm so happy that all these things are happening. All I know is the man in charge right now is doing the right thing, and whosoever may have been in that office, apart from him, whether Atiku, whether Amechi, whether Showore, if that person is also taking these such actions that we are seeing today, I believe is going to be a very big praise to them. They will praise them. The reason they are not praising this man, I don't know why I think I always tell people around me that the savior that they wouldn't, how do I put it? That this man is the savior they've been praying for, and now the savior came, they refused to recognize him. Like the days of Jesus when he came, the Jews didn't know that was the savior. I think this is repeating here in Nigeria. I say this.
Who is Jesus? Don't insult us, please. Don't just insult us, please. Tinubu is Jesus Christ. Or in fact, Tinubu has any resemblance of Jesus Christ.
Can you allow the man to speak? Can you allow the man to speak?
Come on now.
Can you allow the man to
Hold on, Joel. Joel, you remember that the Bible promised us a second coming. So
let me just one more minute. Let me end it up. 1 more minute. Let me end it up. How do I put it? I don't think what I'm saying today is not going to have record for tomorrow. Definitely it's going to have the record for tomorrow. I say it again. This man who is overseeing Nigeria right now, the president himself, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is God sent at the right time to Nigerians, but most Nigerians, they don't know that God has already sent them a savior, and they will realize it when everything has gone to play, when the pot is on the fire, when it's done, when they start serving the rice and stew, they will all realize it. And those people who couldn't honor him now, we honor him at last. One man, that is what I've said so far this evening, and that is what I have said, and that is what is going to be. Thank you very much, Mama.
The same way Bubu was Mohammed, right? The president that he was the
all right. So
we're Gaskia of Nigeria. One man, real quick before you go.
I'm not going. I'm just opening it up for free flow now. Everybody has spoken.
I want to say this.
Free flow.
I'm sorry, real quick. So have you seen this guy, this Russian guy that was just going and just knocking off all these black girls around Africa? Have you seen that story?
No, that story has been around for years now. Now it's been doing it. Does he have HIV? That guy? Does he?
That's what it says. I'm just saying he has spread HIV across so many women. I just been coming in my feed for the past few days now. So I was thinking it's a recent, but you said it's a few years. Is that what you said?
No.
It's recent.
No, the story has been around for. If it's the same Because I just remembered it from nearly 2 years ago. It's been
No,
doing
one
something.
man. This one just happened. This one just happened last week or 2 weeks ago. It's not last year. It's not. It just happened. Even that lady has.
I'm forced to believe that what man is saying probably it has been happening for long, because how can you knock 500 women in Ghana alone? 500 women.
He said 800.
It's even 800. You even say so. How can you knock 800 women within 1 year?
And he's recording them.
And he's recording them. But that's what I'm saying. So I want to believe what man is saying. Maybe he has been doing that for many years.
Just for many years.
Maybe just recently came to light.
Sorry, Kenny. You know the problem with those Ghanaians and the Kenyans too, especially. They have this peculiar thing about Oyibo people, and really they have a peculiar thing about mixed race children. So as soon as it's an Oyibo
even in Nigeria, in Nigeria,
but especially in Kenya and Ghana, they have this thing about Oyibo.
One man, sir. I want to say something really quick about the city boy job Nash mentioned the other time. I'll be quick with it, please.
Yes, after you, then we go to enigmatic.
Oh, my brother is here. Okay. Yeah, enigmatic, please permit me, sir. See, one man, I want to say this, 2023, when somebody like Ayode Banjo, Fast, the bad boy, and the rest of Yoruba boys supporting Obi, none of us as Yoruba people come online to bash those boys. We have a lot of celebrity supporting Obi in 2023. We didn't bash them and call them names that they had or anything like that. But the table has turned now. The son of the president is going around, creating a movement for his father and create a city boy movement. And we have all these Kubana boys, Kubana shippies supporting city boy movements. And these clueless people from that region, now they are open their own ears, showing us the kind of person they are, and bashing those boys that they are betrayer, they are this, they are that. You know what I mean? It's just it's a pity. For us to see people like this, in every angle, they want to make a claim and say, okay, they are actually better than people. But we keep quiet. That doesn't mean that we don't have mouth to talk. That doesn't mean that we don't have things to say. But we respect people's opinion and we respect people's spaces and we allow people to speak. But because your people are now coming out now to support the opposition or the opposite tribe, you guys are crying, you are complaining online, and you are bashing your people. It's a shame. That's what I want to say.
Hold on, you respond. But even in this our own little corner of our social media right there, even that thing repeats here. Zita comes in, she takes a position independent and of her own thoughts. But do you see how quickly that's Patrick?
I know.
They'll just come running in and start slaughtering her, abuse, just because she won't toe the tribal line. So you can't have somebody, Dele Farotimi, Aisha Yetufu, all of these people supporting Peter Obi. You say they're independent-minded and egalitarian, but somebody from your region then chooses to support somebody else. It's a tribal betrayal, it's an agbado something. They've paid him, etc. Data boy, all this sort of thing.
God bless you, woman. God bless for all you said. Thank you, sir.
Can I respond? Let me respond now.
I bless you. I appreciate you, woman.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this real quick. Woman, you've forgotten who started this whole thing. This whole beef with Obi Kubana. Was it not the Yanaikiti guy? Fayoshe brother. Is it not the one who started this whole thing? You see, we like to blame.
It's not him. It's not him.
Hold on. Carry on, rational mind. But what was Isaac Fayoshe? What was he pandering to? What was he pandering to?
Yeah. So he started it, and he was saying that Igbos, they can sell themselves. The same way somebody with an idiot will come here. That idiot from Ogun State, Lamporukwe, he will come here and he will say, I'm not Yoruba. Come on, Igbo me. I mean, because I did not support you. You see, the thing is this. It is.
Oh man, that's Saudi. Hold
on. Let me.
No, I'm supporting you. I'm supporting you. I'm mentioning the person name.
Kenny, you started this. No, not you. I'm not talking to you, Kenny. Not you. I mean, one man know the person I'm talking about. Not just even Ghani alone. We have so many of them. This other idiot that is in Saudi Arabia there that comes here. Don't put any. But let me just say that. My point is this: that it is in every. Don't do this. You see, let's stop this tribal thing. I know it's there's truth to that every tribe seem to criticize their own person who goes against their own person. I mean, we've seen here, even the same delivery to me you are talking about. When you even about Adebanjo you are talking about, when he was supporting what's it called? Ashiwaju, when some of those Agbadori and those Ronukus there, some of them, not you. I mean, well, if you consider yourself as one, but I'm not trying to insult you. But I'm saying
I don't mind. Don't worry, I don't mind.
But my point is, some of the so-called Yoruba, Tinubu Yorubas, they were insulting people that were Yorubas who were supporting Obi. But suddenly now, when the Igbos are now attacking their hold on, when the Igbos are now attacking their own fellow Igbos for supporting Tinubu, you people are now pointing fingers. Like, come on, let's not stop this hypocrisy.
Can you give us evidence of those Yoruba people that insult?
One man, enigmatic, all of them. They said they're not really
Please, let enigmatic please speak, please.
All right. When you people have been caught, that's why you people will now be changing
all right. Enigmatic joins us. So let's hear from Enigmatic. We've not heard from him in a while. Can people please subscribe if you are not subscribed already? So Enigmatic joins us, is the wielder of the Koboko hand to any random Chinedu that is acting funky. So we have a music to bring in Enigmatic now, because so important is Enigmatic that he has his own theme music that introduces him to the platform. So this is Enigmatic, your intro music, Enigmatic, and people subscribe as you are listening to Enigmatic's intro music.
One man, there's no sound.
I can hear it. We hear it.
I had him. Unless you want him to play it again.
Thank you, one man.
Enigmatic on D.
Eri Folami, Ekun Oko Oke, Ogun Efori fan obedient. Good morning, everyone. And it's actually afternoon now. Happy New Year, one man, and to everybody on the platform as well.
Has it been that long? Happy New Year. Look at that.
Yeah, it's been. I have some little time on my hands a little bit today. I mean, it's always funny when we talk politics, right? And as we all know in politics, right, the majority will have the way, the minority will cry, right? They will have their say, but the majority will always have the way. It's a general global template in politics. Even in America here, Democrats will cry and all they will cry back and whine at the end of the day when they do not have the majority in the House. Donald Trump will have his way. Also, pray that you get back to majority and you have your way. That's the way I would just say it for people who want to believe that Christ can actually take them anywhere. Politics is all about you understanding your pain points and finding a possibility of consolidating on the areas of your losses, right? When you look at the dynamics, shortly after this, the last election, if you could remember, one man, I basically said it that 2027 is done and dusted, that serious politicians are actually playing towards 2031. And then the fight that you see between Rufai and once his bosom friend, Ribadu, is part of the core North, political fight that you will see post 2027 election. And staying within the confines of the 2027 election now, people are getting to understand that you don't stand, a chance
while you are trying to stop a moving train. And that's why you see most of the young talks right now, particularly in the private sector, the young, how would I say, traders or business guys in the southeast. They understand that they supported their own, they supported their brother, but at the end of the day, he came a distant third. And they've been in opposition for so long. They were in PDP for so many years. They've voted all PDP candidates. They've supported all PDP candidates. But at a point, it has to come like an epiphany in one man that you just have to look at yourself in the mirror. How long do you want to keep playing the opposition in a political space that does not actually guarantee you what you want? And how long do you want to keep crying and whining to Nigerians, right, about the tired, rhetorics of marginalization when eventually you are self-inflicting yourself and you are the one marginalizing yourself by not playing the real politics well? Because when you flip the coin, you will look at, you don't even have to go too far. You look at your next door neighbor, right? The South. Why are they not whining? Why are they not crying in the same political landscape, in the same 2023 election, in the same region that was 100% PDP opposition, but they were pragmatic enough, right? And they were matured enough to play a centralized position in their politics and to see beyond just mere emotion and mere vengeance and politics of harakiri that, okay, we have to do this to secure our region. They basically um, distributed their numbers. Atiku had 2 states in South. Tinubu had 1. Obi had 3, right? And when you look at the numbers, because everything is about numbers now, politics is about numbers, and political patronage is about what you bring to the table. You can't bring a disgusting and embarrassing 127,000 votes, and the next door neighbor comes with almost 900,000 votes, and you expect to have the same political patronage. It doesn't work like that. So my own thing is that it is right for everybody to stay where they are, but make your political choice, make your political decision, but be bold enough, be audacious enough at the end of the day, right, to be accountable and to be responsible for the actions of those choices. If you took a choice to go in a certain way and the result comes out and it does not actually favor you, do not point finger to the other person as your cause or the person who has made the choice for you. So that was exactly what happened in 2023. And they are saying now that, okay, what can we do better in 2027, at least to come close to the center? Because you cannot continue to say you want to be a part of the national project while you are being subjected to only a subjective idea of your own politicking. It doesn't work like that. Look at South, for instance, right? It is a common knowledge that by the time Tinubu will be done in 2031, power is shifting to the north. And great political minds, not those who are pretending, they already understand that the South, they've gone far ahead in securing and consolidating power. They want that vice president position. They are not playing with anybody, and they are not pretending about it. That's why you see them well positioned. They are not being emotional. Look at the appointment they have, one man. Look at the political patronage they have. And do not forget, this is a region that was 100% PDP since 1999. How did they do it? That should be the question. What did they do different and how did the Southeast play their own? Because at the end of the day, Southwest is going to be out of the equation in 2031. Southwest will be trying to be the Senate president, but that will probably the only position they will be fighting for. The VP position is going to be an exclusive one-way fight between the South-South and the Southeast. And you see Wiki in FCT now as the more or less like the de facto governor. Yes, is a de facto governor, so to speak, the FCT minister. The first time we are going to have a Christian and a minority as the FCT minister. We have Festus Kayamo, aviation, right? We have the guy from Edo State, who is the Minister of Regional Development, and that is the same ministry, the supervising ministry for NDDC, and and the supervising ministry for all the development commissions, the Southwest, the Southeast, all those commissions. That is this very powerful ministry. Then you have the Minister of Petroleum from Bayelsa State, Enikin Lopobiri. You have the Minister of Gas from Akwa Ibom State, Eperipo Epo. You have the Minister of Trade State from Cross River. So look at the cabinet positions for South-South alone. In River State alone, there are 56 or 57 political appointments from Wike alone that Wike was able to negotiate for his people at different level, board parastatals and agencies, right? And when you look at the legislative homes too, in the National Assembly, you have most of the juicy positions, quote unquote, chairmanship to the South-South. And then on top of that, you have the Senate president in the South-South. So these people, and then what have they done now? They've all moved en masse to the ruling party. Because at the end of the day, these people are not auditioning to be, Pope, or they are not auditioning to be anything else. They are politicians. And the language of politicking is bring the numbers and you have the political patronage. So if you see the likes of Obi Kubana, right, Ozo Emena, all these guys trying to play the politics with some of their political leaders, like Soludo, like Governor Umba in Enugu State, like Umai, like the guy Uzodima, all of them. It means they are trying to let people know that, look, we can still support Peter Obi on one hand, right? And then support Tinubu on the other hand as well.
3 more minutes, enigmatic. 3 more minutes.
Yeah, so they can work and show at the same time why they're able to negotiate something for their region. Because 2027 is going to be different. And the politics of 2027 is going to define the 2031 politics. So when you look at the South-South now, they seem to have been ahead of the game. The Southwest, those ones, they don't have problem. They are going to consolidate in 2031. But what is the fate of Southeast? Obi, I'll be very silent about him because of course it's not serious.
Sorry, enigmatic. The Southeast will have a 4-year window to rebuild strategically, politically, and they have the tools for that rebuilding. After the 2027, Peter Obi will drop completely out of the landscape, either by his formal announcement or the politics just moving away from him. So, because the emphasis in politics after 2027 will be towards the north. So nobody will pay any attention to whatever anybody is saying in the Southeast anymore. So they'll have that window to do a bit of house cleaning. They'll very quickly get rid of Peter Obi. And then the real nationalistic Nigerians, Dave Umahi, Alex Oti, who, there's a real possibility now that Alex Oti will cross over before the elections. I've been hearing a lot of things over the last 48 hours that Alex Oti might well move even before the elections. So all the Devo Mahi, Charles Soludo, all these proposals, so they will redefine, because they are national figures anyway. They sit outside of the ethnic jingoism of Peter Obi's politics. So as soon as they drop Peter Obi, they will have a 4-year window to rebuild the southeastern politics to be more nationalistic, and of course they have to take the lessons of Peter Obi's ethnic politics to and they already they play that now. It's not worked. So I think after by March 2027, you'll see a real turnaround in southeastern politics, and I still think there's a strong possibility that they will contend that vice presidential slot in 2031.
Well, yeah, there's a possibility of that, but one man, if you look at the APC politics, right, is you have to be on the queue already. The South they're on the queue right now, and they are locked down for that VP position. I'm telling you that. So this is what some political, some folks who are pragmatic and sagacious with their politics now are seeing in the Southeast, that let's be on the queue behind South at this point, right? Let's find a possibility of aligning with the center. Of course, if you look at Obi himself, right, you will see that APC, even myself, I toned down on Obi because, yes, Obi is not serious politically. Because if he was ever a serious politician, I wouldn't see why he's going to ADC that belongs to Atiku and Atiku's SPV. So he bungled his opportunity. He bungles his hands with Labour Party. Now, it's an asset to Tinubu. It's an asset to APC. People may not really see. If you don't understand this, forget about it. If you don't know that Obi is an asset, Obi is still. I said one man. I'm going to reiterate it for the opting time for you to listen now. Obi is still going to move away from ADC. Obi is going to be on the ballot. And when Obi is on the ballot,
yeah, we all know that now. Obi will be on the Labour Party ticket, not ADC now.
Yeah, so maybe Labour Party or something, but he's going to be on the ballot as a candidate. And who does that? Who benefit from that? APC and Tinubu benefit from that, because the focus is that Obi should lock down the entire Southeast, while Atiku will not be able to encroach Southeast, because any number that could be going to the opposition in the Southeast could as well go to Peter Obi, right? And if Obi is able to have that, because my own position in the South is that regardless of all this alliance and then coalition around Tinubu in the Southeast, they are feeling already about Tinubu, and they are feeling about the Southwest people in the Southeast. So it's not that there's going to be a groundswell of a multiplicity of numbers, no. But as against what happened in the last election, 5% was APC's number. So if from 5%, they could graduate to maybe 20% or 25%.
It's not going to Can you give us the pathway, as you're rounding up, the pathway for Tinubu's victory in 2027?
So that's a win for me already, one man, because when you look at the 3 electoral circles now, right? For APC does not. Southeast is irrelevant to APC's political calculus. 3 electoral cycles, they've never voted for APC, but APC they produced the president. But when you look at first term of Buhari, he performed just at almost Tinubu's level. But the second term, he was able to get his between 20 and 25%. So Tinubu too now, his second term, some people are so bullish and audacious that Tinubu is probably going to flip a state in Southeast. I won't say that. I would rather say Tinubu is going to do better than what he did the last time. Better, in my own definition, is maybe 20% or 25%, which is good, from 5% to 25%. So, Joel, to basically tell you Tinubu's map, Tinubu's political map, right, to re-election. First of all, Tinubu is probably the luckiest president who is going to be running for a re-election, because I've never seen this level of pedestrian and lazy opposition in this
all right, give that response in about 2 minutes so that we can expand it. Yeah.
Is Tinubu's route is going to go through the southwest, south, and north central, and then between the northwest and northeast, of course, it's going to be Atiku. Those Fulani people, the Atiku is their project. But what Tinubu needs to do,
don't surrender the northeast to the to Atiku.
No,
Tinubu has strong Kanuri votes. Remember, the vice president. The vice president is Kanuri.
I'm trying to be politically, conservative with the numbers. What Tinubu needs to do in the south, in the core north, northwest, and northeast is what he did the last time. Do not forget that Atiku won the core north, the northwest and northeast. Tinubu won only 3 states in the core north. He had 1 state in northeast, which was Borno State, and he had only 2 states in the northwest, Jigawa State and Zamfara State. It was the north central that Tinubu had his cushion. Tinubu had 4 states in the north central. Obi had 2. Atiku did not pick any state in the north central. So what Tinubu did in the northwest and northeast was that he was not giving Atiku much of the. He was competitive and efficiently behind Atiku, not far away from Atiku. So if he's able to repeat that, stay between 30%, right, and 40% in those 2 regions, he doesn't need to win it. He needs to stay competitive in northeast and northwest. Then lockdown is north central. North central is already not locked down anyways now. So southeast, right? Of course, they will 20% minimum, 25% maximum. That's what Tinubu needs. So that's Tinubu's map. So that's the way it's going to be, one man. So you can write it down. Then I think I gave you the
Tinubu is going to win by a wider margin, and the victory will be irrefutable.
One man, can I, if you don't mind,
of course, we're free flowing now, so anybody can.
Okay, I think Tinubu knows, because if you see what is going on in the National Assembly,
what is going on?
Ababio's inability to allow the electronic transmission of results, right?
No.
See, that is what is going on today, and we saw the protest.
I was watching it.
So there was a protest in the National Assembly where even the House of Rep.
Who led the protest?
You say?
Who led
the opposition? The opposition reps.
Who is
How can you resign on the decision you guys had in December? That is what they're trying to do in the National Assembly.
Let me tell you one thing, Joel. Do you know this? Whatever they do in the House of Rep, in the National Assembly, for instance, right? It is subjected to the last word, to the signature of the president, right? Number 1.
Exactly.
It's not yet a law. Do not forget they got to this stage, right? With Buhari. Buhari just threw it somewhere. Tinubu can still decide to say, okay, you know what?
So why is he afraid? That's the point. You see. So enigmatic. So you agree with me that Tinubu's game plan for 2027 is rigging. Can we agree?
You don't need to read it. It is the problem.
Enigmatic, sir, please let me ask you. Job Nasri, what is your understanding of real time election, real time transmission? What is your understanding of it?
Let me explain something to you that he doesn't understand. Joel, let me explain to you.
Go ahead.
Those people who were opposed to the do you know the proviso? Eventually, they said, if you're opposed to the proviso, at least nobody is going to say they gagged you this time around. If you're opposed to the proviso, please stand up and raise up your hands. Abaribi, all of them, they stood up, right? And they wrote their hands, 15 of them, 15, they counted the numbers and they wrote it down. If you are in favor of the proviso, please stand up, right, with your hands up. They did, and they tabulated the number. On those who were opposed, 15. Those in favor, 55. And they said, okay, 55 has it. You are the majority, you have the number. Now talking about the real time or this no real time. You know, it is lazy. And I keep saying it is lazy, it is amateurish, it is pedestrian, right?
Oh.
For people who are not serious with even their opposition to be talking about rigging? What do you want to rig?
What are you talking about, enigmatic?
Have you seen the algorithm of the last rigging pattern in the last election? Tell me the region that rigged the most. Do you know the most rigged region in the country?
Please, you're going to take me southeast. Please, see.
No,
Look,
I'm not going to say it is southeast. It is
enigmatic, please. Enigmatic. Look, see.
So when you see Donald Trump
Who is afraid? Who is afraid of
Nobody is
real-time transmission?
Enigmatic, let him
Enigmatic,
let him tell me the meaning of real-time transmission. Let him tell us.
Okay,
What do you
let
understand by
me answer that question. Hold on. Let me answer that question.
Hold on. I'm asking Job naturally. I'm asking Job naturally.
Hold on.
This is what it is. This is what it is.
One voice. Let Dwell go first and Rational Mind after him. One voice. Yes.
Okay. See, what we are asking for is this: when you vote at the polling station, it is signed by the agents. You take a picture with the machine, with the IREF machine, and you send it to IREF. Right? That's it. For the viewing portal.
Okay. So
hold on.
So what were they doing before? Hold on now. I'm not asking you a question. So what's different from what they did 2010 and what you just narrated now?
Yeah. So what now happened was this, right? In the last election, there was a caveat that if there was any network issues, right, that the ECA form, right, will supersede. Now, what that happened was that they now started having glitches. Because of the glitches, the ECA form is what was submitted to INEC. That was where at the collation center, that was where they did the rigging. Now we are saying, why don't you vote at the collation? Now the issue of internet is not an excuse no more.
What you are even
Right?
asking for in Nigeria?
Hold on.
Why don't you take a vote? Why don't you vote at the polling booth?
One man, can you see that it's black being? It doesn't even understand.
No, have you ever voted in Nigeria before?
No, hold on. Before you go into
Yes.
before you answer that question, everybody hold on. Let Solomon come in. I think he only has a very short moment to come in and share his thoughts. So he's been texting me to say.
I wanted to say something now before you Solomon.
One man, let me just finish. Just give me 30 seconds.
Okay.
All we are saying is that
Rational
results should be transmitted from the polling unit to the IREF viewing portal. That's it. If there is any network problem, if there's any network issues, snap it first. It will still upload where there is network. There's nothing hard in that. So that we don't go through, everybody has the result. We don't have to go through the stuff that we go through in the collection centers in Nigeria.
You don't know what you're asking for. You don't understand what you're asking for.
Hold on now, Kenny. Everybody hold on now. Solomon, just give us that thought quickly. I think everybody is eager to get into this conversation. Solomon.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Now Solomon with this.
Perfectly, Carry on. Look at that. That babe has released him. That babe has released him at last.
No, but I just came in because of this enigmatic this thing, submission about Southeast giving not less than, if not more than 20, not less than 20% or more than, or sorry, not less than 25%. Is not Mr. Enigmatic, you're not right on that. I'm telling you, Southeast is going to give Tinubu more than 25%. If, like, for you, because Tinubu has already, his message has gotten into Southeast. Don't even listen to what obedience are saying. Tinubu has a very strong hold now in Southeast, and these guys, not even these city boys, the likes of Benjamin Kalu have already, they're already sending his message, like in Abia State here now. Why I'm saying this is because in Abia State, if in the whole of Southeast, if Abia State can accept APC, that is Tinubu's candidacy, that means he's going to really get a good vote. And why I'm saying this because Abia State is one of the stubborn people. Like, they are very, when they say they don't want this person, they don't want that person. But right now they want Tinubu and Alex Uti for governorship. But we are still, it's only in the governorship that they are battling for now, because APC don't want Alex, as in they don't want Alex Uti in Abia State here. And Alex Uti now, he still wants to come back, and he doesn't have any party now. This Labour Party is no longer there, even though
This man don't know what he's talking about. Where is he living under the rock?
Your opinion now. Let them.
It's on the ground now.
Anyways,
it's on the ground now. It's on the ground.
What ground is it? What ground?
Which ground are you talking about?
Respect his opinion. Respect his opinion.
Let me say this, woman. Have you listened to Mike Guinea? Shehu interviewed him yesterday on channels.
I did.
Go and listen to. He said what?
That one just a shout for nothing.
I said I did. You can say whatever you want to say.
Now shout, they shout. He has no power. He has no voice.
As long as he doesn't say your
okay. After he's shouting, what happened as of them today?
It's okay.
National mind. After hold on, sir. After he shout yesterday, my brother. After I shout on TV yesterday, you finish your. I don't know what happened out of rep and said it today. They still pass it through.
I just told you, in democracy, right? The minority will cry.
Well, we know that. We all know that. My
Even
point is
this. I was asking
my point. Let me land my point.
Okay.
Please, Mapi, let me land my point. So, if you listen to Mike Guinea, this guy, he really explained what was the intention of the beavers and the IREF. In fact, he said even before the IREF was used, he used a form of it, even though it wasn't sanctioned. It wasn't something that was employed by INEC when he was the state INEC officer for Cross River State, and the election that brought Imoke, and they were seeing it as the election as the result were coming in. Now, what he said was that if I were to go by what he said, I mean, he kind of agreed with the Bamidele, because that guy was the one behind, he's the brain behind all this crap that is going on in the National Assembly. He's the guy that is doing all this behind, he's pulling the string behind. I know what's it called? Aso Rock is using him. He's the mode they have there among them, along with the idiot from Akwa Ibom. But it's okay. But let's do that. But my point is that.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Can every single person listening to us now, if you are not already subscribed, please do. We need 100 subscribers in the course of this stream. So subscribe. We do this every single day. Join us every single day. But make sure you are subscribed with the bell notification and all the bells and whistles. Subscribe. Every single person listening to Rational Mind now should be subscribed. Sorry, carry on.
He said in 2014 or 15, before the election, INEC and FCC, is it FCC or NCC or whatever, NCC, they did a survey, and they said the network, they had this meeting with the network providers in Nigeria, that at least they can give at least 96 or 93% coverage. Only like 3 or 4% that is left out. And in fact, the way they designed this beavers, it can work online and offline. So what he was just trying to puncture hole into all of those things that Bamidele and the rest of them were doing in Senate. They were saying, no, it will not function. Now, he said the intention of the IREF, if not because of the Supreme Court ruling, that was saying that the guidelines, it's not the law. I don't know how they put it in the Supreme Court puts it. That the intention was that the IREF was to be used, because if you say, okay, all right, we should go with the tabulation from the collation centers, because that is where the whole bago is done. Like what's his name said earlier. That's what the mago do. Now, if they produce what they produce from the collation center, if it's different from what is on the IREF will supersede. That was the intention.
That's not my. How can IREF supersede?
It will.
Hold on, sir. Let me ask you this now, please. Right, don't forget, at the polling units, they give police a copy. They give all the agents of every party. Hold on, sir, now. Hold on, sir, my brother. Hold on. They give every agent of each political party copy
and they will sign
of the same thing.
They will sign.
And they will sign.
No.
Right? So I can, hold on, sir. I can one copy that they sent to IREF supersede the whole copy of 7 to 20 people.
Okay.
That they have original that they sign.
Okay. So now the point is this: is that he said,
Baba, the real time they are even talking about the thing with Igini or no Igini. When we know the biases of people and their premonitions.
Yeah, right.
But when we are talking, let's talk about that real time. What people are really talking about. For instance,
so we go to with that.
Even in America here, right? What Nigerians are demanding, America does not even practice it. Even the country with the longest years of democratic process, and India, right, having even the most populous country in the world, they have manual and they have electronic. So there's no way you will tell anybody. Maybe your own understanding of Nigeria is just Lagos State and ABJ.
No, but I just said to you now that there's a survey that the INEC did with NCC, and you're telling me I'm using Lagos State.
You are talking about abstract. We are talking about reality.
We're not talking about abstract here. There is what was that we call that thing?
I want to explain something.
NCC did with INEC. They said they can provide 93 or 96% coverage.
For what? With what?
For them to transfer those
possible.
results or transmit the results.
The last time I checked, the coverage for Nigeria was maybe just a little above.
So are we saying? Oh my goodness, God!
Hold on, let me land now.
Okay, go on.
That's why I say most Nigerians, their idea of Nigeria is just about the egalitarian places in Nigeria, about maybe Lagos, ABJ, PH, or stuff like that. There are some places you will get to in Nigeria. Because of, I don't want to embarrass people's villages. There's a place in Kogi State, right? There's a place in Kogi State that you have to travel to maybe the 2 other villages or 2 other neighboring places for you to even have a text message delivered. So the real time right? Real time means if I text you right now, maybe I take a screenshot of an item and I send it to you within a second or less than, just like you are sending a text message or a WhatsApp message. It must be delivered within a certain period. That is real time. If it does not deliver within that appropriate time, then I have to go to maybe 3 other villages before.
Okay. You said that. Okay. Now, let me say this. Now.
Hold on. Before I have access.
We get what you're saying when you say real time. Now I said to you, I just said go and read that. I've not read it, but that's what he said. Go by what he said.
I don't believe in what
you don't believe. Don't believe. No problem. Don't believe. That's what everybody says. They don't believe. They don't believe.
But you believe Tinubu. You believe
Tinubu. Hold on.
I believe Tinubu because I
the way the beavers
for him again.
The way the beavers is made, it can work online.
Mike, Guinea is an obedience now. We all know that.
Yeah, here you go. It's an obedience, right?
And I trust him to do a good job. He's doing it.
Like you said, enigmatic, like you said, there are places like that. I agree with you. But like he said, the beavers is designed, the application on it is designed whereby it can work online and offline. If you take the picture, now they maybe maximum 10% of those areas that they do not have coverage. Now, when you have an election of 90%,
just a second.
If you have 90% of the result already going in real time, and you only have 10%.
Real time is not possible in Nigeria.
It's possible. You see, that this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing.
Technologically, it is not possible.
It is possible. It is possible.
Technologically, it is not possible.
It is possible. They bought enough. They bought enough space.
Not. Even when
why is it not possible? Enigmatic.
What are you talking about?
200 billion on internet services, right? And technology.
Only 10%.
Hold on. Because the digital coverage of the country does not support it.
It's about the digital coverage.
Because if you go outside of the urban areas, you struggle for network. Never mind.
One man. They said the last time was 92% coverage.
I'm talking about the lived experience.
Even the great America, don't do that. America don't do this election. America, UK, we don't do that.
What we are saying, just upload the result.
Even the owner of the Starlink, he doesn't believe in technology transmission of election. He believe in manual. And you that do have net. I said the owner of Starlink, he does not believe in it. The video is there. He said it by himself.
Well, all right, guys. One voice at a time,
let
though,
me
for
just
the,
say this.
for the
Politically, let me
benefit
just
of the
advise-
audience. Yeah,
Let me
one
advise
voice.
the
Yeah.
opposition so that they will not cry again next time. This is how to do it. In 2027, right, when you are going back to the polls, right, make sure that you are not focusing on just only the presidency. You focus on those people you are electing to the House of Rep and the Senate, so that you have the majority numbers, and you'll be sure that those you have credited with your numbers, they are not going to run back to where you did not send them. So if they have the number, they would have defeated the majority. At the end of the day, the majority has the vote. So, and then when you are talking about technology now, let me just tell you, even the Nigeria's coverage, right? There are some places in Nigeria that they are covered by just only the 2Gs. Some are the 4Gs, and I don't even think Nigeria has access to 5Gs yet. And when you look at the numbers of the 2G, they are like 80%.
They do have 5Gs.
Okay, they are like 80%, right? So I don't know your village, but I know that if America does not have the capacity, if India does not have the capacity, and all of a sudden you want to wake up because you want to win an election or because you want something.
You see, we make this kind of excuses.
Let me just add this rational mind.
Ghana is 30 million.
Hold on now.
Hold on. They are talking about Ghana. Ghana is 30 million.
Forget Ghana now. Forget Ghana now. Ghana is a tiny little country. You know where the difficulty is. Yeah, come up, Jeffrey, if you want to chat. Any and everybody can come up. You know where the difficulty is. If they embed it in law that the results have to be transmitted at the polling booth in real time, that is to say, then, for whatever reason, if those results are not able to,
that's anarchy.
It's anarchy now. That is to tell you then that hold on, let me land the point. If for whatever reason the results are not able to be transmitted in real time, then it is very, very easy to invalidate the results of those spaces.
One man, we are not animals. One man, see.
We are not animals. Nigerian
Hold on. One man. Let me just make this point. Let me make this point. We're not animals. See. If look, one man.
Maybe 1 week that you have access. That is when you wait until you proceed with the process. Who wants to do that?
No, that is not the issue. The issue is this: we know there might be delays because of some network issues. That does not mean that if it does not come in, that we'll carry sticks and all that. No.
Sorry, everybody, hold on. Big apologies. Anybody that wants to come up, because I'm seeing a lot of people in the comment section saying they want to come up. Just click on that link that says StreamYard. You come up. That's what everybody in the studio did. So there's no designated says. Just click on that link and then come in and then share your thoughts. Sorry, carry on.
Talk about this,
so one man. What I'm trying to say is this. Upload the result to the INEC viewing portal. Then you can do your collation. That is what we are saying. And according to Mike Igini, it is possible. We should be moving forward. We should be forward thinking.
Mike Igini is talking like a man, just like you. I'm not going to take Mike Igini's word for what I know. I do my own research as well.
No. Eddie Matthew, you cannot just just wishfully just throw away what that guy was.
Mike Ogini is an obedience now. We don't know who he is.
Guy now who don't know. So
what are you saying? He's a partisan guy. You come online and talking gibberish. And
he worked in INEC. He worked in
INEC.
What is the gibberish there?
He was appointed.
You don't even know him.
Enigmatic, sir. They don't know what they're asking for. They don't know. That's why I asked that question.
We know what we're asking for. We know what
you don't know.
So clear because it has happened in the past.
You don't know what you're asking for.
Excuse for it.
Never happened in the past.
We don't want any excuse. We don't want no more excuses.
You are the one afraid of rigging because you want to rig.
You are the one that
you want to rig because you are a rigger.
What is rigging? Just post what you have from the polling booth.
We will not allow you to rig. We will not allow you. We will not give you permission. We will not give permission.
Because you guys know you guys cannot do nothing. With 30 governors, you guys are still afraid.
Sorry, baby. Sorry, my darling.
You're afraid. You've caused trouble in all political parties. Only for him.
Okay.
Why are you afraid? What are you afraid of?
You are the one afraid now.
Let me tell you.
We can only have one voice at a time. Otherwise, The audience
Enigmatic,
will
let
not
me tell you
be
something.
following. Yeah.
Enigmatic, let me tell you something.
Guys, I
You
just
call
said
the
now. I
Southeast.
just said now. One voice at a time. Carry on.
You call the Southeast. You call the Southeast the dot, right? Tinubu will need the Southeast in 2027 more than he needs oxygen.
He doesn't need Southeast need.
Oh no, I'm telling you honestly because let me tell you, we
Please
know.
now, guys, everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Please, guys, one voice at a time. Our audience need to be able to
I'm
follow
done.
what we're saying.
Okay,
And then we have
Next
to
person.
hold on. I don't care who's speaking, but it has to be one voice at a
All right,
time.
yeah.
Sorry,
So let me
carry on.
quickly say this.
For
Enigmatic, before
the
you go.
benefit of the audience.
Okay.
Can
Enigmatic.
people please subscribe? Everybody listening to us now, make sure that you're subscribed. Sorry, carry on.
So real quick, Enigmatic, before you move on. Now you said Tinubu doesn't need Southeast. So why all this paparazzi about city boys and the crap that he's doing in Southeast? He doesn't need it.
Let me answer you. Press the CMO, right? First of all, who needs who, right? APC does not need Southeast. Southeast needs APC. Tinubu does not need Southeast. Southeast needs APC. Because without Southeast, APC, right? They've delivered 3 different times. They delivered Buhari the first time. They delivered Buhari the second time.
Because they had Northwest and Northeast.
Hold on now, bro. Hold on.
Because but now they don't have Northwest and Northeast.
Hold on.
So Southeast is in play.
Hold on. Can you let me please? So they deliver Tinubu. Let me just tell you this Northwest and Northeast you are talking about. One man, you can pull it out now as I'm talking to you. In the Northwest and Northeast in 2023, let me give you the figures, right? In the Northwest and Northeast, out of 13 states in the Northwest and Northeast, APC won only 3, right? PDP won, I think Kwakwanso won Kano. PDP won the rest for Atiku. And when you look at the figures between the Northeast and Northwest, Atiku won the election in the Northeast and Northwest. Tinubu had to go back to North Central to cushion the effect of that. Do not forget, right? Going into 2023 election, there were a lot of sabotage. There were a lot of internal pushback. There are a lot of people who worked against APC, Tinubu, to say by extension, the likes of Malami that you are seeing now. In fact, all the folks you are seeing in the opposition now who are in ADC that are just coming out as opposition now, they were the same opposition that worked internally against Tinubu then. And they delivered most of the states for Atiku. While most of those folks were working for Atiku in the north, right? Do not forget traditional APC states in the north. The APC lost them. But no state that APC never lost, state that APC never had issues to lose. Katsina state that was Buhari state, APC lost most of those traditional states because there were people working from behind, right, that never wanted Tinubu and they worked for Atiku. And coming to the southern part of the country, right, the entire Buhari's cabinet from the southeast, they work for Peter Obi. The entire Buhari's cabinet from south, they work for Peter Obi. Then there were sabotages everywhere. Regardless of all the sabotage, this guy pulled through. So the northwest and northeast, Tinubu knows that Atiku is on the ballot. He knows at the end of the day they are going to favor Atiku, just like they favored last time. Hold on, let me.
Enigmatic. It still does not change the fact that Tinubu got 58% of his vote. Tinubu got 58% of his vote from the north. And if he's not getting that northwest, even though he did not win those states, and then he got numbers on those states.
Guys, you're not helping me at all. But land it quickly as well, Enigmatic. And then hold on. And then after you land it, I want to hear from Titus, who is a new voice that's just joining us. Back to you.
So when you are talking about the numbers, I just gave you the figures again. But when you are talking about the figures now, the northwest and northeast, right? They voted for Atiku. Atiku won the northwest and northeast. If Tinubu had not won the north central, right? And the number that was what I told you, that if Tinubu remains competitive just like he did the last time, that's all he needs. Where Atiku was winning, Tinubu was coming second, and he was not coming distant second. For instance, in Katsina State, Atiku won Tinubu just by less than 10,000 votes. But when Tinubu went to Kano State, right, Atiku had 100 and something thousand. Tinubu had over 500. Kwakwanso had maybe like 900. So Tinubu had like a deficit or a gap of almost 400 in Kano State alone to cushion what he lost, right, in Kano State and in some other states. Then when you go to Kaduna State, where PDP won, Atiku had like maybe 300,000.
All right, enigmatic. You have to land it so we can move it round.
So when you look at the numbers, it is a clear game that Tinubu has gone through Southwest, South, and North Central. Then whatever I can get from Northeast and Northwest, that is it. Southeast is irrelevant. Whatever they bring, we take them.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Hold on. Can you hold on? So let's hear from Titus, who's joining us for the. Just hold on. You are joining us for this one time. So give us about 3 minutes. Just document your thoughts because the conversation is really moving fast. So document your thoughts. So as Titus joins us, can people make sure they are liking and subscribing? Jeffrey, click on that link and then come into the studio. That's what Titus did, and he's in the studio. So the link works. So I'm not sure what you are doing, but click on the link if you want to come in. So give us about 3 minutes of what you've heard from the conversation so far, Titus.
Thank you so much. The more I listen to the conversation, the more I begin to ask the simple question: are we truly interested in having an election system that works? Because I paid serious attention to development, whether in 2023, the presentation that INEC made. The Beavers is designed to work even when there is no network. I've worked with an NGO that I use an app that I can capture all the data that I need, and as soon as I come to an environment where there is network, what I capture will be uploaded, and that's exactly how the business has been designed. I begin to feel that the problem of Nigeria is not even the leaders; it is the masses themselves. How can somebody come up on air and be arguing about these beavers and all this stuff that is going on here? Election result can be uploaded every time. Even if it is not done immediately, as the viewers come to an environment where there is network, the result will automatically be uploaded. So nobody should come and be brainwashing Nigerians and telling us that it's not possible. It's not possible. Comparing Nigeria to America, as a matter of fact, India does that so well. There is nothing wrong if we have physical copies of result and then we have one on the IRA. There's nothing wrong with that. But the problem is, I don't think Nigerians want a system that works. So don't come up in air and be deceiving Nigerians and be misinforming people as if, we are all illiterate. That's my take.
God bless you for saying it too. Don't listen. God bless you.
Woman, sir. Woman. Can you hear me, woman?
I'm there.
Woman, yeah, please. I want us to do experiment of read time and no read time, because I think English is worrying some people and they don't understand the meaning of read time. Let me say this real quick. Yeah, for those that is arguing that is in Nigeria now, while they practiced last time 2023, yeah, they do the election, they take the picture and they send it to RF, and people can view it on RF portal. That's what they did last year, and this time around they're still going to do the same thing. But the English of real time is impossible. Reason being, now let me tell you, as me and you are talking to each other now, this is real time. One man, you on the other side of your house, I'm here. If I send you a message or I type on comments on the comment section, this is real time because I'm commenting on this platform now. Everybody can read all over the world in real time, right? It's not when I send a message is not delivered, and after 3 hours, 4 hours, it's not delivered. That is not real time. So we need to understand what we're asking for. Let me finish. Please. Allow me to finish now, please. Can you allow me? 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 Woman, control this platform.
Allow an expert to teach you.
To advocate for a process where
you are not there. Listen, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Hey, my friend,
you don't understand
I don't
the
care
meaning.
about the language.
I don't give a fuck about your ITA.
No.
You don't understand the people English
You are part of the
because you don't know what you're talking about. Allow me your problem.
No, you are
Because
part
you
of the
don't know what you're
problem that
talking
Nigeria
about.
has. It is people
I have
like
for my
you
space.
that are making the
Allow
system not to
me
work.
to finish my
It
time.
is you.
You don't know what you're talking about because you grew up in your house.
What are you talking about?
Okay?
Well, forget
You don't know what you're talking about. You are the one deceiving
as
Nigerian
long as they
people.
allow a system
You are confused
where
in
the
your
result
mind.
can be
You don't know
captured, and
what you're
then
talking about. If you don't allow me to speak,
when there is
you will not
network,
speak.
that is exactly what we want, not this rubbish that you
Okay?
are
You will not
cultivating.
you don't allow me to speak. You will not
No,
speak.
I will not
You don't know
allow you
what
to speak
you don't know what you're asking
as
for.
long as you continue to use
You
written
don't know what
and
you don't know what you're
and
asking for.
All right.
When you are talking,
Everybody.
I didn't target you.
Oh God. Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Let's hear from David. David, don't mute. Let's hear from you. David.
Okay. Good evening. Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you.
Can you hear me, please?
Perfectly.
Can you hear me?
Carry on. Give us about 3 minutes.
Yeah,
Carry
I
on.
understand that everybody has his own sentiment, but I'm going to speak outside everybody's sentiment. I believe that every party supposed to have their own mechanism where they should be able to keep record of election. If I'm going to be voted for, I will not. I don't trust INEC. How would I not trust INEC to keep record that I'm going to use to prove my case in court? What I expected each party to do is to build their own platform, and this platform should be for themselves alone, so that they can keep record. These things are, you see, in law. All these things, you see, there are ways you keep evidence, and this evidence may not be something you can tender in court. So the truth of the matter, each person should keep this evidence on their own. They should not be waiting for INEC to present evidence to prove their own case. So
Hold on, David.
So what I'm trying to say is just that we should not rely on INEC to keep record.
David, hold on. You still have the floor. You have to be careful when you're quoting law. Just on this screen alone, we have about 3 people with masters in law. We've got a professor of law. So don't quote law. People will destroy you. But INEC is the umpire of the election. So by design, you may say in application that's not the case, but by design, they're meant to be the neutral arbiter of that election. So the standard of how that election runs resides with INEC, and that is what the law
I
bars.
agree with you, but it seems as if everybody is not trusting INEC now. That's why we're having this argument.
What do you mean, everybody? Who's going to declare the
That's
president?
what some people are saying in real time. That's why people are protesting now, that they want to see the election results. That's what
Mr. David, let me say.
What are you talking about? We don't trust INEC.
Hold on. Let David land. But do you remember?
What I'm saying is that the reason why we're having this argument is because we want the law to guide INEC accordingly. But I'm saying that each party should be able to find a way to keep their own evidence that they can use to prove their case in court. So if INEC decided to give something else, or somebody decided to hack INEC server, you should be able to have your authentic results that you can use to defend your case in court. Simple. That's what I just want to say.
No, but your argument is flawed. One, you can't have an authentic. The only authentic result is the one that lies with INEC. Any other result is a copy of that election. The law confers authenticity only on INEC because they're the arbiters of that election and nobody else.
No. One man, that's not true. What the law says is, if you have a copy of your EC8 form signed by the agent and agent at the polling unit, that could serve as an evidence.
That's what I'm trying to talk about. That's what I'm talking about. Like each party should make sure that EC8 form is kept well.
Who is the arbiter?
So that they can use it to defend themselves in court. That, okay, our agent, this is what we have at the polling booth, and this is our result. Then we can compile that one to defend our case.
All right, sorry, Enigmatic, just on a lay view. Yeah, and I think only Enigmatic is the one that has law credentials here. I'm not sure what other people's credentials are. But if you were judging a case and a party comes and presents you a set of results, and INEC presents a different set of results, as a judge, which one do you lean towards more? The independent arbiter or a partisan point of view? INEC is the only arbitrator of the election now.
No,
No one else.
the copy of the result I'm talking about is the one that is signed at the polling booth, that a copy is given to each agent. I'm not talking about generating your own copy. That copy of ECA, that you have a copy at the polling unit.
But
Each polling agent should be able to submit that to their party.
One man, I was trying to respond to the guy who was having a yelling match with the other brother the other time, because this, I want to go back to this read time, and the guy actually said something about the read time. Now let's look at what he meant by the read time. Do not forget, one man, right? You can't build something on nothing. Hence, Nilo hit feet, right? Under the law. Now, when you come to the court, and like the guy said, that even if there are issues of if there are encumbrances, right, for reasons of transmission of internet connectivity or stuff like that, take the picture and then you can save it, or I don't know how he said it, and then maybe you can make a recourse to it later. That has defeated the purpose of read time and the definition of read time. When you take it to law, when you take it to the court, and the court says, okay, I'm going to rule on the basis of real time, right? You shouldn't have more than a second, maximum of maybe 5 seconds. If you are trying to have this real time conversation in law court, within 5 seconds, what you are trying to transmit should have been delivered. Then what I see here, because there's going to be an audit, a thorough audit of it, what I see here from the printout is after 5 hours, this thing just got delivered. Of course, no, the potency of that real time was defeated with that narrative. So people who are talking about real time, if you're having an election, a presidential election, and in Lagos State, they have no issues, right? Everything is delivered, has been transmitted to where it should be delivered. But somewhere in Jigawa State, it takes them maybe the next 24 hours to do the same thing. The purpose of that real time has been defeated in that.
What man, can I say something without being
enigmatic.
Hold on a second.
Can I say something?
Everybody, hold on. Land enigmatic.
Yes.
Sorry, Ola. Rational Mind came first. Then he
sorry,
piped
Ola,
up first.
and
then you come to him. Yeah.
So beyond this intellectual parody and trying to hide under real time or no real time, there is a proviso where you can resort to the manual process. So people want to say, okay, no more manual process, stay with the electronic. So when the real time fails, how do you do it? You have to suspend the election to the next 1 week, and the election has been concluded in Anambra State or in Lagos State. But in Jigawa State, because they have issues, right? Maybe Boko Haram has cleared all their cables and everything. They have to stay for the next 1 week. So you are creating anarchy. At the end of the day, it is the opposition that will cry. Because always
there's no anarchy. There's no anarchy anywhere.
There's anarchy.
You guys are just making stuff up.
Can
I say something?
I just explained to you technology in granular
No,
form.
there's no such thing. You guys are just making things up in your heads, all of you.
So you guys should go and get ready to get.
I take your advice on we should go and vote our rep members. I think that's a good advice.
Let us beat you against
all right. Let Rational Mind take the floor.
So, one man, please, I don't want anybody interrupting me. Let me just say this. When you listen to people, I don't want to make sure you just mic again in name alone. Go and listen to other people who have said it. You don't understand when we say real time. NCC said they can give us coverage. The only maybe percentage of the areas maybe they do not have coverage. Maybe let us say 20%. 80% has coverage. Those 80%, immediately they finish the polling. I mean, the voting in that polling station. The official take a picture of it, loads it on that Beavers or whatever device they have, that device, and it gets there. Even though right there, it can transmit it in real time through the IREF if there is network there. Now, 80% of those can go in real time. 20% maybe not in real time. But he said offline, when you take the picture, if you cannot send it that minute, it's there. It's still oscillating in that device. As soon as you conclude, you walk down. Maybe you walk to the main. I mean,
collection center.
Collection center. As you're going there, it starts loading automatically into IREF. That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. You guys are just making stuff up, just looking for excuses.
Leave this,
You don't want to do
leave this guy with the
What are you
ulterior
talking
motives.
about? What are
Just
we
leave him.
dancing around on this thing for? So I was
As
saying
if
that
it's not,
if
as
you
if
go
it's
to
not
collation
possible.
center,
I just okay. You are saying that you are walking to the collation center and then it got delivered, right? That was
Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's how it works.
Now let's talk about places where you will not have the opportunity within the next 24 hours. How do you do that? Tell me.
Now you know what? Say that again. I'm sorry.
What about some neighborhoods in Nigeria that you do not have such privilege, such connectivity privilege? How would you handle that?
My friend, there's something is in the beavers already. I agreed that the hard copy, keep that too.
That it means it defeats the purpose of what you are canvassing for that real time.
We can have both. We can
My
have both.
friend,
We can have both. It doesn't defeat the purpose. It doesn't defeat the purpose.
Rational mind.
I'm staying on that real time with you because when we go to court,
Is it PTO?
Okay, can I say something now?
80% can be sent in real time. That's what we're saying to you. Only 20%, probably 20% that will not be gone in real time.
Enigmatic and rational mind. Can I contribute now?
All right, rational mind. Enigmatic, you have to let their opinion.
And it got
you have to
let 5 hours. Then no more real time. Then
all right. All right.
Forget about the grammar now. Forget about the grammar.
My guy, when I say everybody,
what is wrong with that guy that's talking now? What's wrong with him?
When I say everybody includes you, so when I say everybody, I mean literal everybody. So I know it's a very intense conversation, but you have to allow for opinions that are different from you. Let them penetrate and establish their point. So have you landed rational mind? And we go on to Ola.
So real quick, my point is this, woman, real quick. So you see, this whole having to do this and that, it's not rocket science. We understand that not every area is covered. We understand, but at least if more than 70% of the election result can be sent in real time, the remaining 30% we can make do with whatever, because like they said, the beavers has the capacity of storing the results which the picture was loaded, except maybe they now manipulate that thing. They delete the because I know from what I get, there's a timestamp on it. When you took it from the police center, in fact, I want to say this, woman. Let me say this. This is just, I will conclude this way. I think ADC or any opposition party, they should start having their own app that every of their rep members, representative in every polling station, it depends on how they want to pay them, give them that access to that app. Let them to take picture of that from EC, whatever they call it, upload it to your own system, so that you can have all these things alongside with what INEC is going to supply you if you become a litigation on that. That's what I will advise the opposition. Let them have their own app so that they can do their own kind of iRev of their own, so that they can take picture of that. Or that's a site where
Can I speak now? The person that I want to speak, please hold on. At least someone is saying.
Okay.
Yes. Ola, then you, Titus. So Titus, when you're not speaking, stay muted so that your background noise does not come into the stream. And people, you can interject a little bit, but don't let voices overrun. I don't want the audience to miss your intelligent conversation because 3 people are talking at the same time. So Ola, floor is yours.
Yeah, see, rational mind. I think we hold it the duty to educate our.
Sorry, Ola, big apologies. Sorry, I'm very sorry. Very, very sorry. We were after 100 new subscribers. We've only had 10. So if you're not already subscribed, please do. 10 out of 100, that's 10%. So if you're not already subscribed, please do. Carry on, Ola.
Thank you. So I think we hold it duty to inform our people properly. You see, one thing that we canvas for is this: you only look at the intended consequences, but you are not looking at unintended consequences. Not all politicians that are making proposals are doing it for good intentions. Some already, they've lost to 2027 already, but they are preparing for chaotic situation. Now, look at it this way. Even in the real business where they are doing transaction real time online, they always have like a business continuity plan where they fall back on something like a manual. Just imagine you went to your branch, the servers are not working, you cannot log on to your system, does that mean that people in the bank will not be able to withdraw or deposit money? No, they'll be able to do. So now you said you want real time. I know, so it's not even technicality now. So now the real time transmission of that result. The question is this. Yes, I think they've considered that okay, you can do it. But the problem here is this. What happens when the system breaks down and you cannot transmit online? That's just the problem. I think the transmission, you understand, that's the purpose of your agent. When you have agents in the polling unit, you understand, your agents are supposed to be aware of the results. They are supposed to have copy that they all countersign. And that copy of countersigned copies are what they are going to upload, isn't it? Now, so when you have them there now, if this now right in the presence, if they are trying to upload and the thing is not dropping, and don't forget some people that may want to even sabotage this effort. They may be in the telecom company, they may be working with a regulator. Do you know some people can cause some kind of a data drop just to sabotage whatever, so to make your election inconclusive? Then I say, okay, where you cannot do this just for your business continuity to make sure that nobody is trying to sabotage this effort, you are going to use manual. So where online transmission is possible.
Have you heard about cyber securities? You said you're a cyber guy, right?
When did I tell you that
cyber security?
Let me finish. When did I tell you? When did I tell you that I'm a cyber guy?
I mean, you said you work in IT. That's what you said.
I work in IT.
What's the work of cyber security guys?
Hold on.
If your NSA has the kind of people who can prevent from hacking their system,
you are trespassing now.
Why can't you have people that
don't
can
say what you don't know? I know someone that is raising sugar here that is from IT. Hold on.
What don't I know?
Hold on. Like I heard someone that is raising sugar that is an IT. See, guys, don't come here and come and say what.
Nobody, don't twist, don't spin this whole thing. I'm asking you a question.
Hold on, no.
You make it sound like they can hack it.
Don't cry. Don't say someone is
arrogant. Nobody's crying here. Nobody's crying.
Hold on. I'm only telling you that every business has continuity plan. So your system may fail. It's just like you are driving a car. What's the essence of your extra tire? What's the essence of extra tire? So if you bought the most expensive car, if you're there because you bought a car for $500,000 or pound sterling, then don't have extra tire, or because you bought that car, you speed anyhow on this. You understand? A system is still a system. A system can fail. Haven't you done online transactions?
All right, let's Ola conclude so we can learn from Baba.
Exactly. So the thing is this: they say you demanded for online transmission. Also, we are giving you, but where it is not possible, we did it manually. The valid result is the one that the agent can't assign. You understand? You are only archiving. So what's the problem there? You are archiver of results is what you are fighting for, not even the collation of results. Come on, guys. Let us not waste energy. Thank you, woman.
I think that's what most people don't understand. That IREF is not for collation. I think people want to use IREF for collation, and the law does not provide for that. I think people are not really educated. That's what I feel. And I think somebody has actually mentioned it. If each party can actually develop an app, I think we can sort out this problem ourselves rather than dragging INEC up and down for what is not. Thank you very much.
Why can't they make the IREF the collation? I mean, that thing to decide the election. Why can't they use the IREF? Woman, please.
The IREF should decide the election.
Yeah.
What sort of psychedelic idea is that? What sort of have you been smoking some of Solly's wacky?
Let's not start this psychedelic whatever qualification you're trying to make about this. I'm asking you, what is the difference between you take a picture, you upload that, and you go straight into the IREF, and the IREF tabulate that result. So what you have in collation center, it should match, right? Did you not match?
The IREF is a viewing portal.
It's a viewing.
Is that not what it is? Is it not a viewing portal?
It's a viewing. Everybody can see it. Or at least you should match.
No.
It should
Rational
match.
mind.
So you're asking them to repurpose it. Are you then, you know, they have to legislate for that.
Should
Yeah,
not
but
match?
do you know they have to legislate? If you want the IREF to be the election decider, they have to legislate for that now.
That's what I'm saying. That was what the Supreme Court said.
I know.
That the IREF should decide the election.
Yeah, it should,
Rational mind.
because
all
the
right.
results from the collation center should match. Should match what is on the IREF. And if it doesn't
Rational
match,
mind, I've
IREF
told
is
you
supersede.
before, IRF is not a tabulator. If you want something, that we give that kind of this thing, you need a tabulator. Tabulator, immediately you are scanning, it be sorting to individual candidates that according to the party. So IRF is not a tabulator. So you need a tabulator to do that. So stop. Don't let us be trespassing into what we don't even know. Thank you.
All right. All right. Let Baba come up. Baba, floor is yours.
Okay. Yes, thank you, one man. I salute your
Good to have you, Baba.
panelist. I just get a little bit irritated. I've been from the word get-go. I joined already. I just choose to remain in the commentariat, but I get irritated as long as this drags on. We behave as if we don't have an understanding of electioneering process all over the world. There is no real time. India, Estonia, New Zealand, they upload at the close of polling. At the close of polling is when they upload. And that is one. Two, in our own case, the question we are not asking ourselves is that when there is that stopgap, that delay, when there is no airtime to go into IREF, that is an opportunity for the hackers to feast. That is where it's not like that machine Beavers will still not upload eventually. But when it does, you now have different results, 2, 3, or more results for a polling unit. So which will be the decider? Which will now be the authentic one? It is the EC8A. Now, the EC8A, obtainable from the polling units by all active agents there, once you receive it, even me as a voter in that polling unit, I can take the photograph. Nobody stops you. From my own party agent or my candidate's agent, I can say, let me take it on my phone. You don't need a special device. I can keep it for my own record. And you as the agent, all parties all over the world during election day, they have situation room. Even the press, the media have their own situation room. So the job of the agent, before you even go to your situation room, you send it straight, immediately, through WhatsApp, fax, or whatever, like they use fax in Ghana after the poll ended. You send it straight to your situation room. By midnight hours or 2 a.m. thereabout in the 2023 election, we already knew Asiwaju won. We already knew Asiwaju won because of the activeness of their situation room. So don't let's discount the fact that look, Elon Musk, a man who has been coding since he was 19, today is 54. So he has a coding experience of over 30 years. He said he himself cannot trust his devices, which he created, because any device can be hacked. Elon Musk is on record to say that. He's a genius in that field. Nobody can deny that. He said it. So we should not discount the INEC. I don't believe these numbers are correct. Said that 20 million hits from hackers in the last election. I don't believe that numbers, actually. But were there hackers? Were they trying to hack the system? Yes, because we saw people even posting their photographs on IREV. In Edo State, people were posting the EC8A of Obaseki's own election, I think in 2019, just to cause disruption. The thing here the opposition are trying to do is to, because they know they don't have funding. So when they now rely solely on IREV and day 3, the results are not forthcoming, there will be anarchy. They will start calling for interim government, that since it's inconclusive, Asiwaju cannot continue. He has to step aside. Let an interim government come to sort everything out. It's not going to work. It will not work. Supervise your votes. The laws are good. If have you noticed no more snatching of boxes? Because when you do that, it's to no avail. Because the moment you snatch the box, that election in that booth is cancelled. Vote buying is the way to go, yes. But I don't like it that the law now says only the giver of the money will be prosecuted. No. The taker too, the man selling his vote or the woman selling her vote should also be prosecuted. Should also be prosecuted. It cut both ways. It cut both ways. So the opposition should get serious. Go get money, pay, because I discussed it on people, and they are, last time our agents were bribed. Go get double agents. Last election, LP alone lost the opportunity because they don't have 40,000 agents in 40,000 polling units out of the total of 176,800 required. They didn't man it. That cost them, possibly. So don't let's deceive ourselves, please. There is hacking. Hacking is possible. It will cause great disruption. I'm a man to go to in my family, for instance, and social friends. If they lost a number or they lost their phone, I need this person's number. Where do I go? Not on my phone. I go to my Rufai'S. I don't rely on my phone. The moment I talk to you, a first-time caller, I'm discussing with you, I register it in my phone. I still go to my Rufai'S and record it. I have voluminous Rufai'S. So I'm safe. So I'm not one to guide my phone or fret if my phone got lost. I have manual. So thank you very much, Woman, for the opportunity.
All right, we'll give it 10, 15 more minutes. We are after 100 subscribers, as I keep on saying. We've only had about 12 people. So everybody look at your device. If your device is showing that you're not subscribed, please do. There is no reason why we shouldn't be able to get 100 subscribers. Now we need about, was that 88 now? So we still need that 100 subscribers. So if you're not already subscribed and it doesn't offend you to subscribe, then please subscribe. Ola.
Woman. Okay, all right.
Yeah, Baba.
So after all that,
thank you, Baba. Hold on now. National mind.
Stop us from talking now. I just
yeah, only after you. Only after you, he will come in. So Ola, yeah.
So, Baba, thank you, sir, for what you've just said. See, the system, without, like I said the other time, without saying that manual backup, IT system, there are a lot of ways to frustrate IT system. Let me say this instance. Some people may go and call the fiber optic to a location to make sure. Is it not Nigeria whereby they give up a brigade commander at the security level? So what is telecommunication that they cannot even damage? In the country where they bust gas pipeline, oil pipeline, they will just go and call fiber optic to where a particular to a data that link to a particular location. They can go and destroy a base station to make sure that thing is not happening. At the end of the day, they will create a situation whereby they will say the election is inconclusive because some people already know they are not going to win, but they are ready to scatter everything. So I think when people are talking of this free time, they are not even looking at the danger. That is why Rational Mind is telling me about cybersecurity. Look, there's a way there are different level of insecurity. They can start from the hardware, where they will blunt the base station that will not get signal. They can even bribe some people within the telecom that they will only increase the voice and they will decrease data services. And at the end of the day, you won't be able to do anything. Let us be very careful of what we ask for. Sometimes we don't even know what we ask for. We don't know the inherent risk. We just say, go and do this, you go and do this. Those people that want to quantum that 2027 election, they know exactly what they are doing. But we Nigerians, unfortunately, or well, not unfortunately, it's what you know. What you don't know, you don't know. We don't really know the evil plan of these people. Thank you, woman.
Woman, let me just say something. It's
rational mind.
It's so nauseating to hear.
After himself, sir.
Yeah, no problem. It's so nauseating to hear people here come here and just mentally abuse us like as if we don't even know what we're talking about. Somebody was saying to us here that they hacked it. That was why they were able to upload people's pictures. What are we talking about? What the heck is this?
About said that you can
No. Woman, that's up to you. If you want to say anybody's name, I'm not mentioning anybody's name. What the heck is that? Like they hack somebody and then they put. Oh my goodness!
Did you not see it?
No. There are people who uploaded their pictures, but that is not hacking. That is not hacking. Some stupid people, maybe for some reason, they do some stupid things. You don't hack because you want to put somebody's picture. You not hack and just replace the Formisi, whatever crap, and then you put somebody's photo there. No, it's part of the whole grand scheme to make the nonsense of the IREF. Because if the IREF in the first place was not what was going to be decided, why did they shut it down? Let them hack it. Since you know at the end of it, we're going to go with the Form EC, whatever crap that they gave them from the collation center or from a polling booth. That is what's going to decide the election. Why did you shut down the IREF? So let them hack it and do whatever, manipulate whatever thing. You will use the Form EC, whatever, as a proof, because that's going to be the basis. But you people deliberately, you try hacking the system to make it look to create some scenario so that they can shut it down, so that they can do the mago in the polling center and the collation centers. That was what transpired. So telling us that we cannot do it real time, whatever.
That was your audit, right? Was that your audit?
Enigmatic, sir. Was that what?
Hold on for him, Enigmatic, please. Yeah, carry on. Land and then
So my point is this: let's not do this just to look for excuse for not wanting to do anything, and then we have to look for it's not this excuse that people were uploading their picture to be say people were they did the Obaseki thing, and what are we talking about? We're talking about a transparent election that could be enabled by electronics. Somebody was quoting Elon Musk, telling us Elon Musk. Who is Elon Musk? Who is Elon Musk? Well, he's a trillionaire. I agree. He's a billionaire. He's a tech guy.
Who is Mikey?
Don't just talk. Elon Musk is the Starlink that you guys are saying they should use. That's why you mentioned Elon Musk.
God bless you.
Well, let me talk. Let me learn. He owns Starlinks. He owns the trillionaire or whatever it is. But my point is, we know where he stands with all this thing. If you are trying to quote him out of context, or maybe you're quoting him in context, then I know where he stands because we know he's a Republican.
Rational mind.
People who are
They can land.
Okay. You know, he's one of those naysayers here who were the election, who were denying the election result here in America, saying that it was hacked. It was some people from Hugo Chavez from Venezuela that were like all their crap that were throwing around here. We know what it was. If that's what the context where he was saying that. So let's not use this excuse because you people go and shop for any excuse anywhere just to make sure that we continue with this manual manipulation of this result so that they will take it like what happened in those states.
Okay.
Nobody is talking about manual. It's the return they are talking about.
Roman, do I have the right to reply?
Everybody hold on. Guys. You cannot just mute and then just launch into the conversation. I'm not even saying it for myself. I'm saying it for the audience. You know, as elegant and incisive as whatever it is that you want to say is, if you are layering over 2-3 voices, then it's not penetrating to impact on the audience in the manner that you'd like it to. So I like the robustness of the conversation, but we have to be a bit elegant in the way we craft it. Just really for nothing else but for the benefit. We're all here for the audience, and those audience, please make sure you're subscribed. We're still after 100 of you, so we do about 3 minutes and then we wrap it up. We kick it off with Kenny.
Can I reply? I have a right to reply because someone is spinning on what I said.
Hold on. Before we go to Kenny, Yeah, Baba gets the right to reply. And one more thing, if you're not speaking, please be muted, just so that your background noise is not penetrating. Baba.
Yeah, I think we are diminishing the quality of the discussion here when a person asks, who is Elon Musk? I mean, that is disingenuous and very strange, if not very shallow. He's the richest man in the world, maybe the first trillionaire we will have. The man giving us driverless car, the man who invented Starlink and several other devices, is telling us, started coding at 19, telling us that, look, hacking, he knows. He knows. And we are saying, who is Elon Musk? Jeez. Tell your OB or whoever it is, or the opposition, go get double agents. Pay them 20, 10,000 a day. Feed them. It's just paltry 5 billion to a politician. It's as simple as that. It's a no-brainer. Guide your votes. Upload it, everybody. Have your result and compare and contrast. Thank you, one man.
All right.
All right, we do the 3 minutes now, and we're going to be a bit rigid with it. We go with you, Kenny to Enigmatic to David to Titus, etc. Arogidigba is with us as well. So 3 minutes, Kenny.
All right, thanks. I'm watching my time. I'll finish at 19:55. Yes, Baba, please thank you for your wisdom. Listen, one man, we are in a country. Sir, we are in a country when we have a empirical fact or video. When somebody boasts that, don't worry, we rig this election for you in 2023, and they are still bragging that they're going to do the election. You understand? Baba said, oh, they know that they don't have the capacity, they don't have the money. They are looking for a way to a ground for litigation. That's why they're doing this thing. Like I said before they didn't allow me to finish. Simple English is worry all of obedience and opposition. Simple English, real time. We are saying the same thing practically. Take picture, send it to IRF, wherever I deliver, it deliver. You understand? That is just it. But because they know that they don't have the capacity, they know that they don't have the money to prosecute their election. You understand? They're looking for something else. Then we are just arguing for argue's sake. See, there's no point for us to insult each other. The best advice that anybody can give is what Baba has given. Right? Gather yourself, look for agents, pay them good money, feed them, have your own situation room. If you have your own situation room, you will know whether it's day or night. You will know whether you lose or you win. So there's no point for anybody to come and hide behind one finger and start insisting return, as if we are the one that invent English. If English is worrying you, go back to school and learn what is the meaning of real time. I just demonstrate on this platform. To me, and to the best of my knowledge, real time is, I will repeat again, real time is I'm chatting, I'm sending message on this platform. One man went to more, and I say one man hi. One man can see, Baba can see, anybody can see. In real time, that is real time. But when you take a picture and that picture become PDF and you send it to another platform, which is IRF, and it's hanging, it's not delivering, that is not real time anymore. So even if 90% of Nigeria have coverage and 10% of Nigeria don't have coverage, you cannot deny them that election. That means you want their vote to go wasted. So what is the point? So if you now ask them to submit to from EC8, that real time is already defeated. There's no point of arguing. What you are fighting for already defeated, because there's no way we don't have coverage. There's some places in Safara which bandits, they demolish the post of internet. They don't have no internet in my village, in Ilesa, Erejesha. I'm saying it. There's no network in Erejesha. In Ilesa there, it's not far from Ijebu-Jesha. We don't have network. If you call, nobody can hear you. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Well done, Kenya, and well done also for keeping rigidly to the timing. We're 70 people away from that target of 100 people in the 100 new subscribers. It is easily achievable if everybody now listening that is not subscribed, if you subscribe now, we will hit those figures easily. So 70 more people to subscribe before we come to the end. Enigmatic, you're up next. Give us just 3 minutes to condense the conversation. Enigmatic, Hondi.
Okay, starting at 155 for 158, I should drop. So now, let's look at what people are asking for in Nigeria. Real time, right? We are not talking about anything else. The real time. Does Nigeria have the capacity for that? The answer is absolute no. America does not even do that. Even the biggest democracy with the biggest population, India, does not have that, right? And that is the reason for the proviso, because once you follow it through the law, it becomes sacrosanct. Legally, constitutionally, becomes sacrosanct. So if you tell me that 70% of them could be like a rational mind was positing the other time, that if you're able to upload 70%, then the remaining 30% can be done later. It defeats the purpose of real time. If you take it to court, they are going to knock you down, because the sanctity of the law and the constitutionality of that is that it must be real time. It means you cannot postpone it 5 minutes later or 5 hours later, or maybe in Agbabu, right, where they don't have network. In the next 1 week, you are not transmitting to the to INEC, and in Lagos they've concluded last week. In Yobe they've concluded last week. So that defeats the purpose constitutionally. That
One man, sorry, after Enigmatic, can I call me? I just quickly ran out of my office. I wanted to say something. Okay.
All right, but Enigmatic gets an extra minute, but yes, carry on. Yeah.
So then when you are looking at they'll be talking about the cybersecurity. I may not really have too much time to lecture a lot of people, to tell them about because what people are hoping for is dramatically, right? They want Nigeria's political process to be exposed to hacking, to interception, spoofing, right? And this DDoS attack every time. They wanted to do it the last election. In fact, they actually did it, but they were not successful, right? And when we are talking about rigging, we are going to go back to it. When we are going to rigging, we've seen the algorithm of the last election, the region that actually rigged the most, right, in Nigeria. So people who are scared of rigging, they are the ones who are scared of their shadows. They were the one who actually rigged the election, but it did not pan out for well. So go back, like Baba told you, go and invest. Don't be going everywhere and be buying granite. Invest if you want to win the election at the presidential level. Thank you, one man.
All right, excellent report. We were going to come to you, David, but with your permission, we go to Patrick first. Like I said, they came out of the office just to come and interact with the platform. On our way to Patrick, we're still after those 70 new subscribers. It is easier to get a date from a supermodel than to get some of you to subscribe. So stop playing hard to get and just subscribe. Just 3 minutes to you, Patoski, and then we're going to David.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Let me just use like first 20 seconds to apologize to the new guy on our platform. You see the way Rational Man was talking and calling everybody idiots. That's not our practice here. Calling Simba idiot from Saudi Arabia, calling this one. That's his own nature. It's not what we all do. So I'm sorry for that.
I wasn't referring to Simba.
So let me just move on.
So don't jump on conclusion.
Let me just move on. Let me move on. I don't see anybody. I don't in articulating your points. If you really have points to make, you shouldn't have enough time to call people idiots. If you have just 5 minutes,
listen,
you have very important points to make.
Listen, I don't disrespect
I'm not going to drag on that.
Here.
Let me move
I was
to
not
the
referring
next.
to. Please get that straight, please. I want you to correct
but
yourself.
you were calling people idiots, but it's
You're
not
jumping
right.
to conclusion. You're jumping to conclusion.
It's not right. Okay.
I never called my co-panelists here in names.
You said the guy that comes from Saudi Arabia. The guy that comes from Saudi Arabia.
One man, you know what I'm talking about. There's a guy that comes here.
I don't think he meant Simba. I think it's Abdul Mumin.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, if anybody that comes there,
does it make you try to call anybody like that?
You not be calling people idiots now. It's wrong. And
it's okay.
I know I personally cautioned you several times. It's not right.
Nǹkan tó wà ń bẹ̀ ni pé a máa start GoFundMe láti send the Rational Mind lọ sí etiquette classes.
Per idiot, you pay $100 then gbèsè. Okay, so but Rational Mind, sorry, I'm just calling your attention to that. But let me quickly address something that you guys are not looking at. Now, the spokesperson of the opposition just told us that they hacked his national security advisor's phone. Are you telling me that same security, that opposition, cannot hack the INEC portal? When the spokesperson, they say is the brain of the opposition, is telling us that they hacked the national security advisor phone and relating the conversation, are you trying to tell me that these guys are not capable of hacking INEC? Then two, you are looking at rigging. Oh, APC wants to rig. Do you know that when we go live, it is easy for another country to influence our election if we go full digital? Another country that has superior technology and that has a relationship with any party or even have interest in our country, like Russia, any other places, can go there and influence the election results and change stuff. That is one. Then when you are talking of real-time election, do you know the sensitivity of our impatient Nigerians? How a small glitch can cause a rampage and they will be killing people? When you say they relate things, oh, they say they have a related result. Oh, Tinubu is winning. Oh, they stop it. Oh, these people, they want to cause wala. Then people are out there killing people because of what? People should invest in places where they can really verify, get their result verified. The other guy last time that said somebody rigged him out. They say provide evidence. Let him provide.
One more minute, Patoski.
He couldn't even provide the forms that were signed at the polling unit to prove he was rigged out. In short, he was not arguing against the rigging. He was only arguing against whether somebody is qualified or not. And you are busy here shouting rigging on his behalf, when the man himself knew he was not rigged out. Legally, in the face of the court, the man admitted that he was not rigged out because he didn't make a case for rigging, or he felt that he had no case against rigging. So who is rigging what? So please, let's look at those vulnerability, the volatility of our people and the sensitivity of any small glitch or the way people can misread things by our people and then cause problem for the country. And please, let us do that when we make these arguments. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, Bilan, excellent. So David, hopefully you're still there. Thank you for yielding this place. 3 minutes. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My regards to everybody. Yeah, like I said, everybody is just getting somehow too sentimental about this issue. The law has stated it that shall transmit electronically. That means the law has stated, the law did not give any room for any doubt that the INEC official shall transmit. Is only making a provision in case there's any problem. It could be a glitch, not necessarily an hack. So what if there's a glitch, natural glitch? So but what I believe is that even if you have an e-copy, there's supposed to be an hard copy that's supposed to supersede, which I believe that the hard copy should be the form where you will collate. The only thing I expect INEC to do is that, okay, you fact check what you are using to collate, whether it's tallies with what on the high ref. By the time you get to the collation center or local government center where there's collation, of course, if you're able to confirm that, by that time, everything will have dropped. So I don't expect us to be having this argument. But my own important thing, like I said, and I think other people have already even branded it up, is that let each party have plan B and plan C to keep records of what happened at polling units, so that they can be able to have something to defend themselves and even show to everybody that, okay, this is actually our vote score. This is actually what transpired at the polling unit, so that the onus of defense shouldn't be pushed to INEC. Really, I expected them to have their own evidence with them. That's why I'm actually talking about the plan B and plan C that I'm talking about. So the party should be able to, I think by now, they should build enough party agents that can be able to do that for them. I think they have almost a year now. I believe the opposition can do that, and the of course, I believe APC has been running situation room for the past 10 years now, so they should be able to. So we shouldn't now put that thing on INEC. We should have plan B, contingency. That, okay, what if INEC IRM fail? Not even due to hack, let's say due to glitch. System can fail. It's not 100%. So that's what I expect everybody to understand, that we shouldn't be dragging this thing too much. Once your agent snap it, you have a copy. So you can easily work on that and use that as a defense. You don't necessarily to now, if INEC now, at least you can be able to use that to counter INEC that, okay, this was the original, this was what you snap from the original AC8. So we should be able to defend, you're able to defend yourself in court. But what I found out from the last election is that none of those candidates.
All right, 1 minute.
So that I didn't expect, they didn't go to court with much evidence, and I guess that's why the judiciary too didn't have any choice other than to follow the part of the law. Because once you present an incontrovertible evidence, there's no way you can beat them to it. Thank you very much.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. David, try and join us as often as you can. We do this every day, usually in the dead of night, but sometimes around about this time. Titus, you're up next. 3 minutes. Let's hear from you.
It's very unfortunate that you are having guests on this show who are already biased, subjective, and as a matter of fact, in my observation, they are not interested in the progress of our electoral process, because all the arguments they brought out, they don't need anybody, you don't need a discernment to know that they are APC guys and Tinubu guys. Unfortunately for them, I am not a party man, but I am interested in ensuring that my votes, as I go, because I have made it a point of duty in all elections that I must go there and vote. I don't belong to any political party. So when you bring in APC
I don't
guys,
belong to any political party too.
No.
Please.
Whether you don't, just keep quiet and allow me to talk. When you come up on here, whether you are an APC carrying card member or not, I already know that you are a Tinubu person by all the subjective statements you have made so far. But my question is, based on what someone once said in the course of the discussion, is there anywhere in Nigeria that it will take 72 hours for you to get to a collation center in the local government? There is none. You can't find that. So stop being disingenuous in this discussion. You are not
I
interested.
wish I can sue you for that statement, telling me I'm a Tinubu person.
Hold on. Hold on, Titus. You get an extra 1 minute. Just let him speak. Titus, bring it home.
No, I'm Titus that is talking. It's Titus that is talking.
Yes, I said you get an extra. I said you get an extra minute because somebody.
Okay. That's fine. That is fine. That is fine. Now let's just agree on the issue of terms or whatever that you take out or return. My question is it possible for election to be conducted, people voted in the polling unit, and then the beaver stores all the records, both for validation of voters, and then maybe you capture the result of the election in the polling unit? Is it possible for you to take that to a collation center? We know the answer. Then secondly, I want to ask, well, Nigeria is a corrupt place. That's just the truth. If not, all this argument is shouldn't even be. We shouldn't be having it, because if the intention is to give us an election that is free from rigging and all that, there is nothing wrong in making both the result that is captured in the polling unit and then the hard copy, whether from ECA or whatever you call it, to make this to the primary source of validity of election result. When you make it, big a proviso and make it look like, where there is no network, you can use the form and write this. You already know what the outcome is going to be. That is a deliberate plan to rig an election. That's my submission.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Excellently put. As I said to David, join us whenever the time spares you. We're here every day. So thank you. That's Titus now, a new but equally elegant voice that adds to this table. Arugidigba, of course, your favorite and mine, one of your favorites and mine. Arugidigba, Obalola.
Obalola, that you want to put me for there. I beg, no put for trouble. Good day, everyone. Am I being heard in real time?
Yes, in real time, but not in but is it
We heard the real time, my brother.
No. Hold on. You have to define that. Are we talking about the INEC real time, the obedient real time, or the Tinubu real
No,
time?
we don't need a definition again. That has been trashed out already.
So really, I think what I've seen is that all of us want the same thing.
Yeah.
Some individuals are disingenuous in the way they are interpreting the facts. And there's actually rampant ignorance about the electoral laws and the electoral process. So I think for clarity, we need to all understand that we do not have electronic voting. And the gentleman last there, I can see there that he himself does not have some, it does, I don't think anybody is just being mischievous. There's a few mischievous participants, but I think the vast majority of the Nigerians that want good elections, that want fair elections, that want clarity in the electoral process, I think there's just rampant ignorance. We do not have electronic voting. The form EC8A is the form that will be filled. So after I think most people have, I think one man, maybe one of these days, I think we have enigmatic and we have a few lawyers, we have a few experts. I think it'll be good just for public, because I think that's one of the things I don't see a lot of the news and news channels and all this channels, they need to actually do something about enlightening to enlighten the general public about how the voting actually goes on, the process. You arrive there, you get you get the accreditation, you receive your ballot, you go there, you put your your thumbprint, you drop your ballot into the ballot box. After all the voting is completed, the electoral officer is going to count one by one in public view of every single individual, one by one, all the ballots, okay? And the ballots will be allocated to each party, okay? After that, in the presence of all the observers, including a security agent, which will be deployed, the security agent which will be a police officer, I believe maybe NSCDC possibly, but the person will be of rank in the police, okay, or the army, I'm not sure, but of the police at least, I know that for a fact. They will fill out the EC8 form, which is actually legally really is the coalition, the tool for collating electoral results. So remember, the voting is done manually. Accreditation also is actually in a form somewhat manually, however, it's aided with an electronic tool, and I'll explain why. People think that accreditation, that when you go there and you put your thumb there and the biometric, they think that the biometric is communicating with a server. No. What happens is the BVAS is actually configured for each polling unit. And the BVAS will be loaded with the data of all the individuals who are legally allowed to vote at that polling unit. So if you actually are not allowed to vote at that polling unit and you arrive with your voter's card, when you actually put your voter's card into the BVAS, your data would not be on that BVAS. So the data is actually locally on the BVAS. So for accreditation, it does not communicate live there's no live communication between the BVAS and the server during the accreditation. The only time the BVAS communicates with the server, or it's meant to, if everything works right, is when you take a picture. Remember, a picture, which will most likely be a JPEG, or what other formats you take, the pictures get uploaded in. There might be some form of encryption, but the picture will be taken and uploaded. That is the only time the BVAS is going to be communicated. I think the BVAS has a tracking tool as well that tracks the BVAS for the GPS. But beyond that it doesn't have real-time communication with the server unless you are doing the uploading a picture. Remember, a picture. So in order for you to even upload the picture to transmit, as these individuals are claiming that they want to do, you need to
2 more minutes, Aro. 2 more minutes. Yeah.
So let me land on this. In order for you to even transmit, to do what these individuals are raging that they want, you need to fill out the form EC8A. So the prerequisite for doing what they are claiming they want to do is to fill out the form EC8A. And I think it's because of the Senate. The Senate have used too much language to do what is very simple. It is simple. There shall be a form EC8A filled out. The Form ECTA will be made available to all electoral participants and stakeholders at the polling units. The Form ECTA will be transferred to the ward level for collation, and it will be transferred. I think there's ECAT B, ECAT C, and it goes upwards. But you have to also understand that the results of every election will be put out on a broadsheet and actually put up on a page that is publicly available for everybody at the polling unit to see. So I think it's just the Senate have used too much language for something that is very simple. The one thing they need to make clear is we do not have electronic voting. And as long as we do not have electronic voting, we cannot have electronic collation. What is uploaded to the IREV is not a digital count. It is just a JPEG image, a picture. That is all. It is no more than taking a selfie. So people need to understand it. No one is going to put a tabulated value into the IREV. No. What you are going to see on the IREV is a picture, an image. That is nothing more than that. So the only way.
Let him learn now, woman.
No, we're still listening. I think his system glitched. This is what we're talking about, real time and glitches. Aro, are you there?
Saying that people they use WhatsApp, they cut and they want.
This guy is in the UK, by the way. His system is.
I'm trying not to confuse and use too much difficult language. I'm trying to simplify it, and I think a lot of Nigerians do not understand the simplicity of this process. So it's up to us as individuals to make sure that what we put in the ECTA is what is true, and every individual who is a participant of the election at that polling unit is going to witness what is going to be done when the ECTA is being filled out. And I think that is where all of us need to be vigilant. So thank you very much.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellently put. So,
I'm done one man.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you can hear us, but we can hear you. Anybody that's not yet subscribed, please subscribe. We're going to be finishing here.
One man?
Yeah, no, we can. It can't hear us. That's the thing. I think we're going to be finishing here, but the conversation will still go on in the background. So if you want to come and join us in the background, you can come in. I'll send the link again for anybody that wants to come up. But we're likely to come out later in the evening again. Tinubu has now come out to tell us why he pardoned Sunday Igboho, but has put Nnamdi Kanu on a life sentence. So he has made commentaries on that. So that will be the hub of our discussion. If and when we do come up, almost certainly we will come up later on in our usual time. So thank you, everybody. See you later. The only super chatter today was Chioma. So thank you, Chioma, for the Chioma, for the super chat. So anybody that wants to come in. We'll short it as a broadcast, but we'll still be in the studio chatting away. So if you want to come in. Thank you, everyone. See you later.